Hey, Ref. Yeah, no, I was waiting on a delivery before I started, and it got here, so I'm good on it now. How you doing? How's everybody doing? It's time for more Ace Attorney. Let's see if we can get through the rest of Case 4 and maybe a tiny bit into Case 5 so I can possibly beat this game before Wilds comes out. We'll see. Because as soon as Wilds comes out, I can't guarantee that I'm gonna come back and finish this immediately. I'm probably gonna be playing Wilds for just forever. I'm excited. I'm excited for Wilds. Kind of doubt it. Me too. But you know what? I'm gonna try, and that's the point. Also, we have a lovely early stream planned for Thursday, where I will hopefully have a good amount of friends joining in to yell at Pokemon and see what happens. I could alternate between streaming both. That is a possibility. I'm just not making promises because I've been waiting for Wilds to come out forever. I'm ready. I want to play it. Thoughts on the One Piece is Hilarious series? Are you talking about by Mugiwara no Goofy? It's fucking incredible. I love it. It's great. He does a damn good job of making stuff really funny. And not entirely inaccurate either. Let's see. So, we're off to find Sholmes. And figure out what the hell's going on. Was just watching the Ennie's Lobby video. It's so good. Robert! Where are you, Robert? It looks as though the police are still here carrying on with their investigation. Perfect, so let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. How much you want to bet he's not here? And let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. There he is! Do I have to present it? Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gababouts. That's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Oh no. Greg, she's a kid. Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was the coin? That coin exactly? It's a silver coin, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. Well, an appearance fee. That's what it is. He talks like that in case she's listening. An appearance fee? Oh, I see, you mean... That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, she's using my name without my say-so. Does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. She basically owns him. Where's Bruno and Susie's feet? Right. What about us? You're about to put us in there, in your little speckled band. We better get paid too. I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust this won't be a problem, it says. Obviously, it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow. Yeah, he lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look. Wait, is it the... Oh, god damn it. Did he brick up the windows because he hates London? Is that why it's bricked up? On the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle propped up. If anything ever happens to Gregson, don't go asking questions. Depends on what happens to him. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is Mr. Jonathan Garibin. Right, well, if you see her again, make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson says his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. Not the queen, just her ladyship. Just John. No, he doesn't brick them up. It'll be explained. I'm gonna choose to continue to believe that until otherwise told by the game. At least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Can I move in there, or is this a... Okay. His maid is the person I think is related to Sister Bikini. He has a maid? He's got a live fucking cannon in his house. Ah, he has a maid. May I help you? Yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garibid? Indeed, it would, sir. And how may I? Yeah. And and who may I say is calling? Ugh, my brain. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo, and I am. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodging here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. What the hell is wrong with her? One moment, please. I should convey the message to Mr. Garibin. I can kind of see the bikini reference, but not entirely. At the Goodnight Moon color scheme. Oh yeah, a little bit. He's got a moon head over there too on the painting. Sun and the Moon Designs themes. Did you see that, Mr. Sato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone standing in English society employs a number of household staff. That was the first time I'd ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. We'll see the relation far more when she starts moving around, moving more. We'll see. I certainly feel like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Garibid. We'll see you now. This way. Garibid. Okay, so she's the sun and he's the moon. Okay, alright, I get it. Hold on. I'm gonna stare at everything in your residence first. One moment. It looks like a Medal of Honor, and it showcases it's showcased in a very grand banner. It's a display of some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What, that old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it. But the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The walls are the best place to keep it. Keeps the Bailey thing out of my way. Don't forget the family cannon. Oh, I'm gonna touch everything. I'm touching everything. Don't you worry. He's a very British old man, yes. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose. And there appears to be an inscription in the metal itself. Look! Let's see, it says, for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of honor even I could be in line for. It's a participation medal? Oh no. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. His pipe is broken. The pipes are broken. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge is in military circles. Dun, 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 dun. Portrait of Mr. Garibald is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garibald as well? Yeah, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yes, seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? Should have other prestigious medals now that I think about it. The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. Point of fact, now that I think of it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. Lion ornament certainly does seem superfluous to seems surplus to requirements. I can't read. Oh, the lion. That's gonna be important. Oh no. Susato-san doesn't pull her punches, or her throws for that matter. Speaking of, we haven't been thrown in a while, thank God. Live ammunition! Those mortar shells, they're enormous! I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here? Ah, those old things. A couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know? Became a bit of a colorful regiment folklore, that incident. I mean, you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful for what exactly? Yes, well, I plan to kill the queen, you see. What do you mean she's already dead? Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foots the other day while she was dusting. Oh no! Hadn't shed a tear since 1869, before then, you know. Maybe reconsider throwing them away. Everything is in just such slight disarray. The sword's just barely off its hook. The banner's like twisted. All of the paintings are crooked. The fallen over munition shell. The coat is just barely hung. There's something hanging off of the cannon. It's just, this whole place is something. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? Yeah, it's clearly been well looked after, though. That old thing, pah! Not much better than rags, really. Oh? Or that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. I would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? It's a very obvious portion hiding behind something. Very obvious portion hiding something. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, yeah. The partition. Okay. You said portion. I'm like, what do you mean by portion? You meant partition. Yeah, it's covering up the bookshelf or whatever back there. That's probably going to have something on it if that moves. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Yeah, there you go. Cannon! That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing in here? Oh my! It's real! Oh, it might be a replica. That old thing, bah! It's little more than something. I didn't read it. Little more than a toy! Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. It's like a service dog, you see. After it's done with its time in the army or with the cops, they allow their dogs to be adopted. And I took one home. But mine's a cannon. Never knew when the enemy might attack next. It's jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Is it? Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. You do live in the world of Ace Attorney, so that's not entirely untrue. For all we know, that cannon might, like, fucking save yourself from being part of a murder case. Though it's a little too late now. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garibet? Gary Deb? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel. I own a musket for home defense. Just as the Founding Fathers intended, yes. Specifically a musket. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. It's so sad. Books. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Gary Deb. Do you enjoy reading? God, can't read a word! Never experienced a London writer, boy. The nights are long. Oh, winter. I don't know what better way to pass the time than in front of a fire with a jolly good book. I stare at it. I can't read, but I stare at it hard enough and I can absorb the information, I'm sure. Has it worked yet? No. Oh, there's a copy of Ramp's magazine here. No doubt Mr. Garib enjoys Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, too. Great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Give the cannon belly rubs. Flip him over. Give him a little rub. What's that? What's this? What's all this, then? Wait a minute. Hold on. What's going on over here? What's going on in this very obviously fucked up section of the room? Looks like an enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a nice quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem, ahem. Maybe let's not, Mr. Sato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem, ahem. Okay. Okay. Oh. And pat Susato. Poor Susato. She had a Maya moment, but she got stopped. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on all the gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? It's more like someone just half demolished them to me. Oh my god, yeah. Afternoon tea is afternoon indulgence, you know. It's quite the English way. It is Mr. Garideb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. Sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on the cake stand. Well, naturally, it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garideb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joanne, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. I love how I struggled reading most words, but I get magnanimous on the first fucking try. Oh my god, what happened over here? Looks like crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Ah, isn't it delightful? That shit is fucked up. Well, the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it? I think there would be something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. I think if the cannon was fired at it, there would be a little bit more than just damage to the shelf and the crockery. Looks like a candle and a burnt carpet. Yeah, that's what I noticed before, too. The window looks over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh, yeah. I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? Can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that these two have seen anything of the incident then. Oh boy, another bot! Thank you for pointing them out. I really gotta ban that fucking word. Motherfucker. Gotta get one bot a stream. It's just how it goes. Oh? Oh, his... Okay. I was wondering if his cane was gonna be important. Good day to you, John Garibid. At your service. Oh, okay. So that was just to talk to him. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywind. Don't you know? Took an arrow to the knee. Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yeah, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. Ryunosuke does have the medal. Yeah. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Yes. Well, Garideb, no doubt you, Mr. Garideb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal is just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly display it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash it all, woman, be careful! Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took my skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, here, have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blightly. We've forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Here we go again. Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house. Would you believe it? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Not really my cup of tea. Oh no, he does have the medal. Wait. Thought you said that already. I'm stupid. But you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so... no, Anyway, the chap investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. That was a very suspicious... reaction. So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching at its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly upsetting. He's a closeted fan. Ah, okay. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garideb. Please, do tell us. Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room becomes... Dash it all, Joe! Do be careful! Ma'am, I was reading... First floor, one on the ground floor just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago. You see, there'd been what? Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Stop slapping your cheeks, ma'am. Oh? Why? He seemed to have the most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. And the man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We wouldn't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Is there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes. Oh, yes, indeed, there was. And she's dying to tell us. Boom, bam, bam, boom, bam, bam. For some reason, yeah, British people call the bottom floor the ground floor. Yeah, I don't know if it's just Britain. It might be some other places too in Europe, but in Europe it's ground, first, second, whereas here it's first, second, third, yada, yada, yada. The shady lodger! Did you notice anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchid. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books, is it? More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. The funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night. But I have never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and the street level. Then how is that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times they come back in the evening, for example, even the times that they go to bed. Arrgh! Good grief, Joan, be more careful, woman! My goodness, sir, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. So they're spying on their lodgers, huh? Don't worry, they won't tell you until case 7. That's very far away. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Is there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garibed house. Both games are basically one big game. Yeah. I mean, I know what you meant. I just, 7 is quite a ways away. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think that I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. There were meant to be one, but Shurikumi had, a bunch of ideas. Yes, I'm on case 4. So it's the second case of the next game. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well, yes, was there something then? It's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time there, I was trying to read it in time. For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing! Oh, dearie me, what have I done, sir? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Naruholo. Naruholo. Yes. But I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garidep? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it's just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... She's doing this on purpose. Dash it all, what is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal, Joan? That's right, Mr. Garidep. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what? So it's whatever happened behind that curtain. It's very much tied to this one. Gotcha. No more info. I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Well, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak? Yes, told me Nats's name had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? I don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we might find anything that can help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues that we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak to Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll even be able to tell us more. Oh, goody day. Oh. Can we re-examine this now? Okay. I get the feeling that that's gonna be a great deduction situation. Kitten! La Creatura! Very good, La Creatura. Huh? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. Leto! I don't think I've ever seen so many books in my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window. I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Gerbid told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. I'm sure we'll see him in a not very weird situation, but look, a creatura! La creatura! Ah! Ah! Oh, kitten, come back! Oh my, what adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into a pile of books as quick as a flash. Not that fast. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. It made me feel homesick. Aww. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days, and we were on a boat for like 50. What are you talking about? The desk seems to be wedged into a crevice between the mountain of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. Mike. Mike! But surrounded on all sides with these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your Books. Ah, yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. And that's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. It was added. That means this is important. We don't get many things. Let's see. Sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lacour. I don't know. A meal of Gabareo and Canterbury Yearnings. Interesting. February 17th, that was 7 days ago. You know, those books stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they smell so musty. The volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material. Can't read. Oh, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. You're studying English. Until just recently. Mind you, I can't imagine the books at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading is an experience that comes back but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. And all the balls of paper in the on the floor, and their notes scrawled all over in English. Yeah, it looks like the wastepaper basket is full. They've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply adverse to tidying up his mess. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Lucky Tora. Oh, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring this maneki. I can get this maneki neko. All the way from Japan with him. Maneki neko. I hardly think that you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Dharma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it could be dangerous traveling abroad, and I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. He's literally in jail, Susato. I didn't say a word! Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Girl, he's literally in jail right now. That appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. Yeah, it looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. Yeah, there's a slot for inserting coins here, too. What? Ah, I believe that's a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes, it seems that there is piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. So if we were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the light and the gas fire for the whole night. What? Definitely a gas leak in this room. That's the real reason for the musky smell. Our poor protagonists are slowly dying and they don't even know it. So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold. That's right. It would be as would a rich man would only carry crisp white notes. Ugh, London's a scary place. Could you even call that a window? I can call it a former window. I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. There you are. Gas leak. Boom. Oh, I already read that. Oh, so really it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on it in a fit of whimsy. That's an alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes this place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely tiring. Or trying. Or something. I don't know. Words. That's not important, I guess. He's got tea. That's just a blanket. That's where he sits. Yep, there he is. Don't worry about me, Mr. Sholmes. You just continue sitting there while I look for other stuff to poke. Alright, there's nothing left to poke. Let's go. Ah, look! Mr. Naruhodo! Aha! There he is! Where did he appear from? He was there the whole time. He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hold on. Whoa! All those musky books flared up my nose. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, ha! Ah, you two, good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together in the SS Bruya. Ah, yes, of course, the Bruya. And let me see what happened on that voyage. It was Kazuma Asugi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course the case of Mr. Asugi. That was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. And is Mr... Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior power of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato. Reverse that. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. Can't remember our names. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It's an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Sasuke-san in that short of an amount of time. She'll be Mrs. Naruhodo eventually. Yeah, maybe. As far as we can tell, somebody had to help Phoenix come into being. Our boy. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls that can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow me out of the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of immediate wisdom. You know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. Desirous, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes? We've had extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. And, my dear madam, I should be only too pleased in this murky room of an apt place to discuss the murky case. Yosuke interacts with like 3 women his age of them, and it's definitely Susato. Asoryu definitely happened at one point prior to the game. Oh, absolutely. They were absolutely boyfriends before he died. Well, we've already examined everything. My badge. Shit. My badge. Mr. Naruhodo, please. Despite aspirations to the contrary, I am a professional, and if I am to unleash my deductive powers on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of 3 pounds in cash. Oh, I don't need you to make any deductions about it. I was just wondering if you might know. Mr. Naruhodo, as a professional, I insist that if I am to offer my opinions on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of 3 pounds in cash. I believe Mr. Sholmes has his eye on an expensive copy of Complete Works of Shakespeare. Yes, it stands on the stage amid rapturous applause. It has long been a dream of mine, as you know. Literally, I had no idea. I've seen people ship Gina and Ryu, and I'm like, why? Shippers can ship anything. It doesn't matter. They will ship anything. The receipt for the bookshops our stooped Japanese friend purchased. I uncovered that yesterday morning. A marvelous find, wouldn't you agree? Oh, yes. The work of a truly great detective. A scattered-brained individual he must be to have left it behind. Curiously, there is no mention of this publication on the receipts. Odd, when you consider how fascinating it is. I mean, not everyone in London buys Reset magazine every time they visit a shop. Yes, odd indeed. I called it a brain-tickling ship. Ever since I had canon that she likes him. Maybe. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, how expertly you slipped that into the conversation. I'm glad you agree. Detective stories can be a great work of literature too, my dear fellow. I'm glad I was allowed to present to him. We know this to be the lodging of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Sasuke Natsume. And it seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. For the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe that was the name. That was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eyes while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. I mean, I love Barrett, but realistically, Ryunosuke would be the best partner. I think Susato or Ryunosuke they're both great. Yes. It does make sense why you would choose Susato over Ryunosuke. But both are good so far. I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stupid compatriot of a crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of the man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is receipts around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. I think I've made it obvious that I like any gender. Yes, Ballarat, you are like me. I am bi. I'll take both. I'm more lean towards women, but I can find a guy if I wanted to. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in the bibliophile. Do not be deceived into believing that I am the man of literature. No, no, no. Oh, dear. So he was only asked to find Natsume. He didn't have any idea that they were pegging him as the criminal. I didn't mean to hit that. I'm the opposite. Hey, no problem with that. That's the fun part about being bi, is you can go to both sides. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yeah, Mr. Garibed, a retired military man. It was the first time I'd ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution that is the services. What? And it was the first time I'd ever met a maid from the Great British Institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not the household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary! As you can appreciate, for those in the precocious boundary between the middle and lower class, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs, specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garibed. I hate his name so much. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Yeah. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. The guy's hiding something, and therefore we need to find out whether it pertains to the case or not. Come on, Naruto, keep up! Give you 30 chapters of 100 Kanjuro before you fall in love with Rentaro. What? I just recently finished watching Mashal up to the current endpoint of Season 2. And it's so much fun. It's fucking so good. It's really tempting to just rewatch through it again. I'm trying not to. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one! But sooner or later, as I said. I've only seen the first few episodes of Mashal Season 1. You should keep going. It's so good. It gets so ridiculous in the best kind of ways. I don't believe that's the issue here. About that dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. What? Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country that had by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. What? How awful and unjust! Forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light? Indeed. Decease was rife as a result. Some 40 years ago, or thereabout, the window tax was abolished. Yay! But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinary low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about a week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. On the fourth reread of 100 yes, I also watched through the first season. What's out of season 2 several times. Yeah, I've done that before. I did that with like My Hero, and I've done that a lot with One Piece, and sometimes it makes you just kind of like not want to watch it for a little while. So I tried not to do it as much as I used to. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure. On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir. On an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes. Trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea! Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there were simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was a Japanese occupant of this room. And there are witnesses who swear to have seen the same man commit the crime. That's all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh? Well, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us! I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is the relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Gary Deb is... Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? And so did we. Anyway, at present, that really is all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigation has uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garibed's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone to back to his book in the corner of the room. Frequently references One Piece. Why did you type out one with the number instead of the word? Is there anything else that we can examine in here, or are we done? He's back to his book. Wait. What? Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, so true. To be or not to be? That is indeed the question, Mr. Naruhodo. Be or not to be brushed off? That is the question. The answer is all too clear. Autocorrect. Typically don't type numbers in word form. Yeah. Let's leave Mr. Sholmes in peace, shall we? Okay. Well, I'm glad I did that for the bit. Anyway, let's go back and talk to our lovely little pair. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes. Ringing's a vague bell. All the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is, in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. And now then, why don't you tell me what... Ah! Umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're belly well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'll be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We're deeply grateful for all of your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with the young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garyadeb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. I hate that he just appeared out of the corner of my eye. Like this motherfucker, he's just fucking here. Sholmes, get off of the window. Trunks versus Zoro, who wins? That's a hard question. And also it's dependent on which version of Trunks and which version of Zoro. I think after this reading, I'm going to take a very quick break to go to the bathroom and also get me something to drink because I am out of drink. I want to keep my throat wet. Ah, what's he doing there? Mr. Sholmes! Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious! When did you sneak in here? Sherlock Sholmes, sir. At your service. Whatever are you doing over by the window? I've given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. And sadly, cheerful as this room's downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks the aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up there. As for swordsmanship, Zoro, but in a fight, any non-Baby Trunks slaughters current Zoro? I don't know. Wait, it's hard to say. Just because it's comparing two shonen with two completely different power scaling styles and all that shit. It's not as big of a question. It's not important to me, is basically what I'm saying. It really doesn't matter to me which one wins, but it's just hard to say with like hockey and the way that ki works and all that shit. Well, Keeping an eye on one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, one other thing. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I should perhaps, I thought perhaps you might be indeed. Oh, in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Well, hey, at least we don't got, you know, handcuffs. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes have seen the most trivial of trifles. I take it that you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so? Question mark instead of exclamation? There's just enough time for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Gardebet, I thought it would seem that you are a military man of considerably distinguished service. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions that I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. Playing the Trunks DLC for Kakarot? Ah, that's why you asked. Fair enough. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Is the cat theirs? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out into a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on, or at least close. That's what, how could you possibly? How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Oh! And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Here we go! Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on a rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for the man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your figurative glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to the answer. Too obvious. The true nature of the beast is run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. In fact, that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Whoa, he's got a slap on his face. Yet, living with such a wild beast proves more difficult than you had imagined. Chilling traces of the wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me chivalrous, but it is plain to me that with one glance in your direction... It is? Oh. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Ah! Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garidib, at Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a national park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. Not so subtly calling her a beast of a woman. Ugh. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. Ah. Wait. I thought I was gonna sneeze. It did a full build-up and then it went away. Simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilee through the ring of fire. Feeling so peppery after cleaning my bathroom mirror while listening to Disturbed. I like the head canon that the circus is run by the ancestor of the Defane twins. No! Now, Mr. Garideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for your formidable beast. Indeed. In that blithe pose, the distress of this loss has caused you is very tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulder. The pain you are feeling is, you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears that your beloved beast go, the strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. We need to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is a pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. Ah. Oh. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on financial circumstances of your household. This case is honestly so good, especially the breakdown at the end. Ooh, I look forward to it. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath, which is clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Yeah, very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. This time, madam, I'm afraid it's you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. What is... Oh shit, I didn't mean to hit... What is that in the middle of the cake? Why does it look like an eyeball? Anyway. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we... Oh, fuck. We need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Ah! There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it, or was it not once said that a certain nobleman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Ah, yeah, a woman who actually wasn't a terrible person, but, you know, because she was royal, she was blamed for everything, even though she actually didn't really do anything truly terrible. I meant the magical turnabout. Are you talking about in Game 2? Food is the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Ugh. Whatever do you mean? Having tried the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. Spirit of Justice. There was a circus one in Spirit of Justice? Oh, the magical tournament. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah. That one was good, yes. I had to remember which one it was. Ugh. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match for those of a lion I once saw in India. What the hell kind of lion did you see in India? The one with the defamed twins. Yes. And the TV producer who was a former member of the Gramarye troupe, but got kicked out because, he wasn't exactly up to snuff then. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of these beastly puzzle. Ah! What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I didn't notice. Also, he nearly killed a man. He did kill a man. What do you mean? He literally killed his only fan. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh. I mean, what caused him to be kicked out? Yes. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again. Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth, all too often, lies beyond the realm of common sense. It wouldn't be an idea to consider that what lies inside the realm of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garibet and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. That's where you're stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they'd sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe that I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. My dear Mr. Sato, it occurs to me that, with some regularity, that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with the highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Sure. Held off the lion with a family cannon, pointed it right at it. Oh, what a glorious notion. Sato. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling this was coming. A slight massage. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it! A slight massage. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't even know yet whether or not this is going to be help out with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning of Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. He's got a sword in his arm badge now. Good. Certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. Ready for the deduction tomorrow, Balroth? What? That a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late, within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might that beast take? For the man of military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Garibet? Garideb? Garideb. Get it in your brain. Come on. Lead us directly to the answer. True nature is this lion statue. No. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Garideb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here. Yeah, something with a very fierce nature. Couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? Let's follow Mr. Garideb's gaze. And that will lead us to the true answer. Well, the lion statue that Mr. Sholmes picked out, not what I was looking at. I wonder, perhaps if you did live with a lion, it would prove to be a rather sweet companion. I think that's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet. I suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. And we have to have a good look around. Okay, hold on. Oh ho ho! Oh my! She's not just the living maid, is she? What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garibed's wedding. Garideb's. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. Oh, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. Yeah, but no amount of cracks could hide a woman's plump form. I think powerful would be a kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly looks that. That's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh, look! Have you noticed that her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. Yeah, it looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. Alright, is there anything else that would possibly be the situation? I feel like it's the frame that he's really looking at. Gari, it's not the pronunciation that's getting me. It's the fact that my brain is constantly switching the D and the B whenever I read his name. Like, that's my problem. These are shells for a cannon, are they? That's a strange place to keep them. I imagine that they have some significance to Mr. Garideb from his time in the army. Of course. He mentioned the battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said that he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him. If it was one of those that hit him, he wouldn't have a knee. If a round that size hit in the knee, there'd be nothing left of it. Or Mr. Garideb, for that matter. Mr. Sholmes has a Persian slipper. This man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. It's like Gary. Yeah, Gary.
Take that!
Nope. Okay. Behind the lion statue of the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I've yet to explain it in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. Because I am employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting never to hear it, have heard it. I am quite pained by it, in fact. You didn't fully examine it, so I do have to be further in? Oh, did I not examine everything? And for certain, a detective has enough ability. We need to investigate thoroughly. Mr. Gardner is turn to look at somewhere nearby. Find it! This must have been when Mr. Gardeb was still in the army. He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly and beaming a smile at the same time. I suppose he was very strong in his younger days. Hard to imagine now. He's as thin as a rake. I can't... I wish I could save.
Take that!
Okay. So I was right, I just wasn't in the right place. That's fine. I understand that. On her face, yes. The true nature of the beast is that has run rampant here is revealed by the newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed picture pictures your wife, Mr. Garideb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed. And surely any woman with such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which is clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garideb. Yarr! That's why he's also got a slap on his face. Chilling traces of the wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madam? Me? I pray that you do consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me that with one glance in your direction... It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. This poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of Miss Garideb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garideb's wife could be. Standing right in front of us? Yep. There it is. Won't you look at that? She's wearing a very large ring. Look. Oh yes, a sunflower design. With some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. And it looks like it's on there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. What the fuck? Stop calling her like that, Jesus. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo. Not to say. Do you know Mr. Garideb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? Yeah, you have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. That's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? Isn't it?
Take that!
Oh, you didn't... Oh, that's from before. Right. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah! Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. I'm going to let this correction go, and I'm actually going to take a very quick moment to go to the bathroom and get something to drink. I wanted to wait until the end, but the ad popped up on the Twitch side, so I'm going to go ahead and let that run, and then we'll get back to this. So I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick and get a drink. Have fun staring at Sholmes and his beautiful side face. Back just in time for the ad to end on Switch side. Also, good luck with your driver's permit. I remember when I got my driver's permit way back and I never used it. And I got my actual license. And I used it all the time. Charlotte! What's up? Sorry, I'm pouring myself a drink because I haven't hydrated in a bit. There we go. What is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garideb's bride in its this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. I just hydrated. God damn it. Fine. There you go. Oh, shit. I keep forgetting to do this. Hold on. I really procrastinated to get my permit because I thought it'd be more work than it actually was. Jesus Christ. I opened up Twitch integrated throwing system and it just opened up a shit ton of stuff. Like a bunch of tabs. So sorry, bear with me a moment. Just want to be able to drive myself places since I'm the oldest person in my friend group. You got to get the real license first because the permit only allows you to drive with a licensed person, if I'm remembering correctly. Ah! No. You are Mr. Gardeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Gardeb herself. Oh my word! So does she act as a maid to make it so that they are middle class? Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she is a belly crook. That one was on purpose, for sure. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you're a retired armyman, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. Yep, that's what they're doing. Yep. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient funds to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? It's been that way for me up until like a year ago. By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearance are a folly. You mean Mr. Gardeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Gardeb? So somehow always the only non-queen person in all of said groups. What? A non-queen person? Potassium. Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife. Now, Mr. Gardeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, in the distress that this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on the shoulder, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's calling Mr. Gardeb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Miss Gardeb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true! So perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gardeb's pain is tangible, though. What could it possibly be the real signify? It's the fact that him been slapped. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. It's the mark I wish would appear on you, Mr. Naruhodo, every time you slap yourself in court. Just for a little bit. The tiny moment of a red mark. It'd be really funny. In other words, was always the token straight friend. Gotcha. Oh, excuse me. The only straight person in the Ace Attorney fandom. Congrats. Not true. Barry is a part of the Ace Attorney fandom now, and he's straight. Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Gardeb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. Never seen a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. Yeah?
Take that!
Gah! Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you have been feeling revealed by that slapped cheek. Like, what a way to slap him, too. Like, that's not like, oh, she, like, caught him on the side of his face when he was just facing that direction. No, she slapped him with her left hand upside down. Because the thumb is near his mouth. Like, holy shit. What a way to whack somebody. Wake me up when you find a neurotypical fan. Never will happen. Because nobody's neurotypical, no matter what they say. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joanne Garidep? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah! Damn it. Oh, the blazes. How did you work that out, man? Well, you've literally just been facing at us from a very particular angle this entire time. There's a reason Herlock is a fan favorite. He's a lot of fun. I won't, argue that. Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. And simping. Mostly simping. Why you were subjected to such a violent slap. In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Gardeb to fly into a rage. And we need only follow direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that have given rise to pain you suffer. Surprisingly enough, the pile of bills isn't actually a bad thing to conclude in this situation now. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garb's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing! Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. Again, with an upside down fucking slap. Like just the insanity of it all. Like, she'd have to literally have twisted her body, gone to the other side of his head, and just backslapped him, but with the front part of her palm. That is the only way to leave that mark. Never actually sent for her luck, if you can believe it. I can kind of see it. He's got too much energy for you. You need a low energy guy? Yes, so why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I don't know. Why do you flip people? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Oh! What do you know? Someone must be reading a book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, too. Mr. Gardeb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think that this is a bookmark. Oh, no. So it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks! Made with lipstick! Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture! Alright, Susato. Let it drop. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear. I'm sorry. This bookmark is actually a love note.
Take that!
This is why you love UP6. Because he's got no energy. Yes, it is this love note that has given the rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Oh no, she's gonna slap him again. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh no! But I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! It's a likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained it at that time. I bought the book from the secondhand place, and the note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark. As a bookmark, you mean? That's right. That's what I'm... Ah! A likely story. Oh, for heaven's sake, woman, look at the name! It's written to James! My name, in case you've forgotten, is John! A likely story. Alright, now you're a little... I was on your side for a moment there. But yeah, no. It, like, literally, it's got a different name on it, lady. Come on. Are you questioning my name now? Oh! And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most furious bite. Now, in the final fit of rage, the furious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? I once got a book from a bookstore when I was really young, and there was a super rare Pokemon card in it. I still wish I had it, but I don't know where it went. Oh no! What card was it? Was it a Charizard? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. This time, madam, I'm afraid it's you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. I don't remember, it might have been a Mewtwo. Ooh. Forgot how old Captwin is. Yeah, I'm way old. I've been on this rock for over 3 decades now. You want to settle upon the answer though neatly? All good, don't worry about it. Yes, so it would explain the dire state of the carpet is the Tower of Cake. But surely Mrs. Garrett didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. There doesn't seem to be any doubt. The state of disarray in the room was a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. There's a missing... Okay. I was wondering where the candlestick came from, and there's a missing candle on the stick itself. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. Oh! Me! Read that again, Captain. No. No, I'm going to keep it with Cap Twin. Unless you meant something else. We only need to follow Miss Garideb's gaze that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes! It's gonna be the carpet itself that it's pointing towards? Okay. Carpet has been ripped to shreds. Yes, according to Mr. Sholmes' deductions, the tears match that made of the lion's teeth. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh, yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in a normal sense. Let's rethink this with that in mind. Okay, so it has to be the candelabra. Check it out, I'm in the house like carpet, yeah! This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. I'm misspelling captain as captain as you did. Yes, my misspelling is there. Because my brain always puts the I before A. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder?
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire states of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a fierce attack in which the carpet was devoured was very clearly visible. I don't know why I couldn't point to the candlestick on the floor. That feels weird, but whatever. Indeed, they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly should give the truth away. Can't hear these sections without knowing what's missing. Scorch marks. It would appear that this room was the scene of a little martial altercation. Or, yeah. Garydub's mighty arms muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, excuse me, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight. The whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, The most furious beast in the world is neither violent lion nor vengeful woman, but fire. I'd elaborate, but spoilers. I appreciate you not wanting to elaborate due to spoilers. And this room, that furious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the spark of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire! Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! Aw, cute. Arson. Arson scorched by a small fire. Don't know how that helps us, but that was fun. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good secondhand bookshop just around the corner. By all the old novels there. My old novels. And this page of this one particular novel you discovered from rather illicit material. Or some illicit material. For which your wife abomished you harshly, it seems. I don't know about abomished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt Here we go again. And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when the candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught in between this old stick's rage and the raging flames. Do another playthrough of Kakarot in chronological order. Should I do Future Trunks DLC after the Android Saga or after the Boo Saga? Because it technically takes place during Super. But you mean it goes up to Super, you mean? Because it should take place technically during the... Or are you just talking about just the general timeline? Yeah, you paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. It hid the mess behind the screen for the time being. Move it! Over there, Mr. Garydub. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, so if you'll allow me. The year that future Gohan dies is the same as the Tournament of Power. I would still say do that before Boo, because just in the general timeline of which it was associated with is because of the Android Saga. I had all my favorite old novels in that case. And as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. And the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books. Incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, book called The Lion's Pride. Ah, The Lion's Pride. Ah, yes! Your notorious love for big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. Can only be described as the Great British Wonder. I tell you, it was a total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think? So exactly the same time as the terrifying incident that was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Oh, yeah? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garidub's situation now. But what does this have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man was to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. He did say that. I just knew you were going to say that! Seems you missed it, but Mr. Sato had a very funny line in the deduction. That's because I got everything right, apparently. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories. Those relevant to the case, and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? Yeah, if we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have to have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garidub. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Sosuke-san will be waiting for us. I'm gonna have to give him an answer. We really didn't gain much. What a miserable sight. Oh dear, but at least the whole room isn't engulfed in flame. I suppose so. But my whole collection went up in smoke, you know. All those novels I adored so much. Well, John, whose fault is that? I don't know. Maybe the person who overreacted? Not mine, that's for sure. Well, whoever may or may not be to blame, I'm quite sure you can buy some new old books to replace them, can't you? New old books. Bally nonsense. It does sound like a contradiction in terms. But then these two are full of contradictions. Back to the topic. Why did you have the newest character? Literally just Sholmes but a dog girl. Oh no. That's couples for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Or so I've been led to believe. Yeah. We really didn't get anything out of all of this. What? Huh? It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of Gardep's house. Ah! Ah! Get out of here! You get out of here! Nobody wants you here! Popeye and the flamboyant Shakespeare. Oh no. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Ah, whoever you call an old man, you rum-licking nimmy pinny. Are these the witnesses? These are the witnesses, aren't they? Yeah, more things in heaven and earth. Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fellow, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me. Eh? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. Fine. I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Basically told him to go to church. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. Oh, what was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horitaro, than dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horitaro either. Horatio. Horatio! That's how you spell Horatio! God damn it! Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garideb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right! Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. So Garideb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? Nunnery could be a church or a brothel. Ugh. That's weird. Yesin! No, they never appear again. I don't believe you. There's no way that these motherfuckers are this overly designed and they're used for a one-off situation. Not a fucking chance. This guard did mention he had a lodger. This must be this man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, that gentleman named Natsume. More worthy a polemist in my battle of words. Near could be there. Near could be there. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances, at least. So fair maiden, and good gentleman. Oh, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. I didn't get to read all that. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. Seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. Sasuke-san and that man in as lodgers, the Garideb house is certainly full of eccentricities. They were Seige. Ah. Anyway, I'll go and find the carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Alright. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I cannot believe you came back! I'm so touched! Are you here? So sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese! Oh, wow. Let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than a familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it's through friendship transcending international borders that only truly appreciates the facts. Such is my belief, at least. Oh, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home and see how our divested friend is faring. As a voyeur, yep. Gloomful room? At least your accommodations here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you and your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and it cost me not a penny. You! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits that have of those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? You mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean? And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? I found this receipt in your room, Mr. Natsume. That's right, I went out to buy some new old books. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? And it was on your way back to your room that you saw the woman being stabbed. She's dead, I thought to myself. She's dead! My mind went completely blank. But before I knew it, I was back in my room, trembling like a leaf. The bookworm hoping to worm his way out of a bad situation. Mr. Naruhodo, please do be careful not to think such despairing thoughts. Baby girl is prosecuting again. Yep, he'll be there. How could you possibly know? It's because the owners are spying on their tenants, aren't they? Like, that's why he feels like the room is cursed, because he could feel them watching or some shit. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I wonder if he'll bring his leg. We'll see. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. It really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no! What do you mean? Please, tell me! Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words! No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. God damn it. This cat smothers him. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! It really was. That was impressive. Yesterday, Mr. Naruto successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. What? Ah, I'm impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Von Zieks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have. Surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Wagahe lies on his face. This guy has got a kitten! And it lays on his face sometimes when it feels like it. And it makes him suffocate. It makes it feel like he's cursed or some shit. I don't know. Von Zieks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London's court of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. Sasuke-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both judge and jury. The judge obfuscates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It's an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. Yeah, but the jury's easily swayed by emotion. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Like so. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. But such an underhanded means, by such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But that means that the wrong verdict can be passed. It's not often it's like the, hey, it's the attorney side, the defense attorney's side that is causing the problem for real. Like, we had a little bit of that in the Apollo trilogy, but that also came out to be that it was like mostly faked. Isn't the Reaper? He's just a pathetic little man. Trust me, I'm his husband. But he's not little. He's a very tall man. Sadly, it's from time to time, my dear madam. It simply is the reality of the situation. And that's all right. However, those indicted by Lord Von Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It's most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they suddenly are overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo done for, doomed! To be fair, many of Min's students would be corrupt. Yes, very true. You aren't directly shown that he mentioned multiple generations of prosecutors, judges, and defense attorneys. Yes, he was the head of the school, and was like the head he was the head defense attorney for the school's like teaching program. And he very much believed in his win by any means necessary. You said accursed lodgings before. You were referring to your room in Mr. Garibed's house, I assume. Do you mean to say that you believe the place is cursed? He was the headmaster. He was also the headmaster, but I believe he was also the lead defense teacher as well, wasn't he? Hate means so much. He was bad. He sucked a lot to look at and to listen to. It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. It didn't take long then. He was both. That's what I thought. Everywhere I looked, there was some foreign face staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. And they were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room in Briar Road, a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap, and I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. Landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. I get that's the point that, it was the point that he could just openly say that shit, but still... Oh, yeah. No, Means was definitely there to constantly perpetrate the whole darkest time of the law, or whatever the fuck it was called, over and over again. Dark Age of the Law, that's what it was. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued by nightmares. I awake feeling as though I am being choked to death. Oh my god, the cat really is sleeping on his face. In my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits! If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Dark Age of the Law made perfect sense, but they covered it in the way that made nobody take it seriously. Yep. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really? No one at all? I think the thing that I hated about the Dark Age of the Law shtick the most is the fact that Phoenix spent most of Ace Attorney 4 setting up the jury system, and then we go straight into the next game, and it's nowhere to be seen. Like, not even a passing mention. Like, we tried it for a while, but it wasn't working, so we decided to nix it. Like, that's the thing that pissed me off the most. Like, what happened to that? Why did this not help with keeping the Dark Age of the Law nonsense from happening? But, you know. To believe? Yes, to believe. To believe! I believe! Mr. Sholmes. Me? Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Bruya, if you recall. The Bruya. Ah, that case! The one with the snake! Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. Susato did. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only thing I believed in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. Oh, how could you love me? Wait, what? I thought you posted something new. What happened? Why did something catch my corner of my eye? I don't know. Anyway, but I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error in judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student from Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It says such a long title. Whether or not I can believe myself. Defense lawyer is only as good as the faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were right, Kazuma. I miss you, my boyfriend. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I represented was not found guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in. The defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo-san! And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. Man, I can't wait for Sasuke's fingerprints to be on the fucking knife. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It'd be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. No fingerprints in this game. Well, yeah, but what I mean is that they'll claim that he was the one holding on it. And there are fingerprints. We saw it with the gun back on the ship. It's just only one person is able to, you know, see fingerprints. Technically two. But one person we had met at the time. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Mr. Sato? Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. And as I said this morning, you may consider me Your personal judicial assistant. Yeah! Shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. It's time to stop looking backwards. Cosmo believed in me. Mr. Sholmes believes in me now, too. So it's time. It's time that I learned to believe in myself! Supportive wife. Sasuke-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him. To fight his corner. To fight in his corner. Tomorrow in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. To be continued. There it is. I was waiting for it. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Kind of makes sense that they wouldn't have faith in the jury given how it came about. If you're talking about in the original Ace Attorney, what do they call us? Six things. A sextology. Well, I never expected this. I'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedure here, we need as much court experience as possible. I explained in an earlier comment. Or like what? But particularly about the dark gate. I don't know. I don't remember. See, you're expecting me to remember something that happened even 5 minutes ago, and my brain is fully focused on this game, so it's gone. Whatever it was. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. It could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Hey there, bud. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. I really don't want to catch a worm. I'm so tired, so I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. And yet, here we are. Really? Because I feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take this. Hello, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I had a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looks like the opening night of an opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case had such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Well, it is the recent treaty and all that. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just a coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Von Seeks? Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Von Seeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in the court, it seemed. And it's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Everyone wants that leg. Yeah, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Flashback! trial 2 days ago marked Lord Von Ziek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. And the trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's quite the question the papers are asking. And they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume. But this is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of the infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against the legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! I wouldn't go that far. Please, don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers! I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Oh, why must I be represented by a man with a frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. And I promise you this, I will fight in your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, please, let's just do Naruhodo Esquire. I hate having to read that every single fucking time. You're not alone here, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquire. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Whew! Alright, because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Are we? We have, like, no evidence. It's gonna be just like last time, where we're gonna get all our evidence in court. Two trial segments left, so we've got one recess. Oh, look at all the people. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. Defense is ready, my lord. Oh, his eyes weren't shaking as much. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Yeah, they're not shaking around well, a little bit. I'm sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. You're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Sato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Gotta put more sass on that line. No. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. Tragic conclusions came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as the impartial members of the public? God damn it! You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Do you? I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I might appear. Uh-huh. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. What? What? How can she be impartial? She's literally married to the tenant for where the accused lives. What the fuck? I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that this mustached foreigner did the deed. And you're not being impartial already. How can Juror 2 be a Southern Belle? Southern Belles were an American thing. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Oh, they seem so impartial. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. First, we need to kick out 2 of the jury members who have proven that they cannot be impartial in this matter. Find us 2 more. We can wait. No? Alright. I think I've done enough to the Irish accents. He's the one who asks Zeke to step on him. Hey, that this is my reputation. It's you! We found you, Balroth. Lots of spousal abuse. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Von Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power of the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Sosuke Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife in the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Hey, what about the fact that we found an English person, accused of murder in our country? I mean, she didn't murder a Japanese citizen or anything, but she still decided to pull off murder on Japanese soil. Most racist of welcomes, actually, yeah. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst! Bloody oath! They are. Just look at the sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese! You son of a bitch! Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. This is going to be just full of racism, isn't it? The original was far worse. Yeah. I can already tell. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. They gave him chips. Turnabout racism. That was the original name of this case. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please surmise the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? This case is named after a book Kokoro written by Sosuke Natsume. Ah. Was he actually accused of murder in real life too? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. I mean, it's interesting that we're... It's interesting that we're doing an assault case rather than a murder case. So I do like that. He was not actually accused, put on trial or anything. But he hated his time in London. Yeah. And, you know, knowing how London is, that great accepting place of Great Britain, I'm sure that the people around him had nothing to do with the fact that he hated everything about being in London. If I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. But out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. What is the weapon used? I really feel like we shouldn't be trying this case yet. Young woman rendered unconscious following the stab wound in the back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Location, pavement and Briar, east side. And reporting officer, Royal Beat. Be ruthlessly insulting Barak in this trial while I'm drawing self-ship art at the same time. Jesus Christ. I feel like it falls under attempted murder, but assault also works. Yeah. If you can't prove intent to kill. Right. But also, we really should be waiting for the comatose to, I don't know, wake up before we start throwing accusations around. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown, apart from single stab wound from a large knife. No other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Sir, I have it here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Sosuke-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. Court will accept it. Yay, we finally get to see the fucking murder weapon. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or values, I presume? But the tip's broken off. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Oh, right. Well spotted, Mr. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Why did they take the time to clean the blood off of the weapon? Oh, That just puts it away. Yeah, this thing's spotless. There was no blood, apparently. She was an alien. She wasn't even from our planet. She had no blood in her system. I am not Juror 3. Yes, you are. Didn't go deep enough. That's the stupidest thing that could possibly be said. If that's what they say, is that the blade didn't pierce deep enough to cause bleeding, then she wasn't stabbed. In fact, she never even came across the damn knife, because that's impossible. It doesn't matter how deep you cut, blood will still come out. Money or valuables, I presume. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she is a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we're looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting secondhand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and...
Yes!
If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had of stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjust and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Bro, really? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Ah, my eye! Oh my god! The wine is seeping into my veins! Ah! But your words have soured its hollow bouquet. What is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here? Are we? What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Uh-huh. Inspector Grayson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. A polite little boy raising his hand to speak. Yeah, the wine eating has started. Oh my god, I feel so bad for the public gallery. Is that why they're really there? So they can get their hands on a bottle of, like, really, really, really good wine? Even if it's off the floor? There's enough layers. Plus, a top few layers of skin have no blood. Yes, but if you just poke, like, a little bit into your hand, it's going to start bleeding because it's got to get there to seal up the wound. My point is that if she was stabbed to the point where she was comatose, there's no way that blade would be spot clean. No way in hell. Unless somebody pulled it out and cleaned it. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Section off that area for a splash zone. Yes, sir! And Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. The visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused. And the people who saw it. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed to the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he had just bought, he was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. I think they say it struck a nerve. Well, we'll wait to see, because that's a pretty precise strike. What books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. I don't know, that's a pretty deep knife wound. Yes, I can clearly see the books to which you were referring. take the photographic prints as evidence, please, Inspector. Examine the evidence. Examine the evidence. I wish I could read the title of these books so I could see. I mean, yes, she has on several layers. I'm just saying that there should be blood on this knife. I don't care about, like, the fact that there was a lot of clothing apparently on her or whatever to have affected her and pierced even a tiny bit. There should be a little bit of blood. Otherwise, she's just in a coma because she got struck in the back really hard. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Yeah. Well, forgive me, Lord Von Seeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume is admitting to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it. When we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Get his ass! Yeah! Fuck him! And not in the fun way. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. That's good. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. I was just as I went to overtake her. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slab of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print is in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit that he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of a heinous crime of stabbing a woman in the back. There was nobody else there on that night. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. And yet you say you have witnesses. So therefore, you're already fucking cutting out the fact that there were more people on the street. The fact that the accused concedes. It seems the cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Though the second game wraps up too cleanly. I mean, if it was only supposed to be 2 games, then, you know, that's kind of how it goes. Better do a takedown of her. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I can't wait for the entirety of the gallery to turn while I'm doing the middle of the cross-examination. And then I need to do that whole thing where I flip their brains and then we can get back to trying to find out what happened. Oh, good! My pen came back. I need more DGS. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Press!
Hold it!
Buchanan's spin-off with you-know-who and my brother Clint Eastwood. A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? That's my brother. Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I read that London is famous for its fogs, but in my country people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of the year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage that they were pulling. Ugh, Sato-san, I definitely remember to stop and look and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Gonna have to make a DGS spoiler character code name chart? Ugh. You know, do investigation. What? Make Iris do investigations instead of Sholmes? I think she would just kind of tag along. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else so the victim could be seen or the accused. Then why do we have witnesses? How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that's what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Oh yeah? Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. No! Then we must hear their testimony. Prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I am unaware of the situation in your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated at night by gas streetlights. Ah! I'll get into that and post the ones that I've got so far. Prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If we just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. Seems the counsel for the defense is... taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue! From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from behind from the victim's back. You say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition. Comatose, no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's been treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come round before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't so. It wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It's too bad we don't wait for the victim to wake up. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. No, luck is not. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. The force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbing wide eyes, I'm afraid. The accused ran off! Mr. Natsume's belongings. I think you'll find that it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. 3 books. Unfortunately, it really doesn't tell us what they are. I'm hoping they give us that information. That's right, my lord. Scotland, second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with books. We managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. I mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. It's quite the jump of conclusions. As being the number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from the bookshop.
Hold it!
Defendant apparently visits the secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly intention. Bloke's room is stacked floor to ceiling with those musky books. Can you tell me more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll ask that you look at the street map behind me. I'm afraid. Here we go. Damn it! The closest secondhand bookshop to the accused lodging is a place called Bourbon's Books. Hold on, wait, maybe not. Damn it! Bam! Your books. Fuck you. You're just assuming which fucking bookshop he went to. Fuck you. A little place in the corner of Briar Road and Mirkin Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route that he would have taken home. Something like this. Local map updated! Sir, can we have that added to your, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would be certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo. I think what the Inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the Inspector just made is the name of the bookshop. Mr. Inspector, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be more sardonic? Sardonic? I don't know. He was on his way home from Bourbon's Books. Oh, well, actually, I want to... Do I want to repress on this? Eh, may as well. I got nowhere to go. So the shop is called Bourbon's Books, is it? That's right. It's the closest secondhand bookshop the accused's lodging. And to get from there back to his room, he would have had to have taken a path that would have been bad. Yes. He would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place. If I could just confirm one point, can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Bourbon's Books on the day of question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, Inspector? The thing is, the shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident, to collect more stock, I'm told. So we, haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited his shop on the day in question or not. Well, in that case... Ah, shit! Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say? No recollection. What? According to the statement he made at the time, the accused had no recollection of where he'd been. Of course he doesn't. It's okay, we have a proof. Look clearly has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking about town. Claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing and rarely notices the name. Should say the man ought to learn to look where he's going, at the very least. You posted it? So. It's just as I thought then. Is something the matter? Inspector, you may continue your testimony. I mean, we have the one that we pegged, but I'm here to read everything that I feel like reading. A matter of working out where the books belong to.
Hold it!
Hold it! You asked for the help from the famous detective Herlock Sholmes to locate the defendant, I believe. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry. That jack in office, that busybody just comes and sticks his oars in wherever, whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. I'll tell him time and time again. Whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your bloomin' instructions. I see. If that meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll all be reading it in Rent's magazine next month. And you bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work in the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him. Whoa. Hey, Van Zeeks. Hold up, bro. And it appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yeah, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point is that little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he bought that day. Yes, because he freaked out. I got a few, but it's something. Hey! Hey! What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid, Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So, one way or another, I have to expose the undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. I found it! It's on this one.
Objection!
Hold it, bitch! If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and the details of the purchase of 3 secondhand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but at the point, it is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Yeah, what? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir! Funny robot, man. Your Books is another secondhand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop where the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Whoever the man purchased the musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. It really depends on where he came from.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have a street map here, if that might be helped. Oh, yes, thank you. Let's have a look at this. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would most certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he's actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it very well may turn out to be that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My. It rather depends on where the other bookshop is, but I do declare... Oh my god, she is a Southern Belle. What the fuck is she doing here? I do declare that it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously, we looked into that. As it turns out that your books... is just here on the next corner of Mircom Street. Going east. Unfortunately, that doesn't fully clear on the path that he took. There you have it. You can clearly see now. Oh. And learned Ebony's friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such whimsicum. To your future career at the circus. Put that glass down now, I'll put it down for you. Hot damn. This 16-year-old gonna kick your ass. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, he could have taken that path. In essence, I don't know if it would be much of a difference to go either way. Kasusato the Bloomin' Flower is just best girl. Iceberg was a spoiler character because it came up with so many nicknames for him. Jesus. There's no doubt that he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say? Hey, I've had enough of this for now. I beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. You don't say. Claim Satsuki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Save scum. Objection! That's half the cast. The assertion that just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodging, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodging without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. That doesn't mean people don't take the long way around. There are many people who decide to take the long way home because they just choose to. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, enjoy the night air? The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, we're making assumptions just based on the fact that it's cold outside. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodging and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But... yes, got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself, Mr. Natsume, which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accuser's response to such questioning. Claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. He just likes to cause people to try to stab him every time he goes outside. Yeah. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. So, you guys are just making assumptions based on the fact that it was cold outside. I don't believe this! That was a short case. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Von Seeks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Here we go. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Guilty.
You know, I would like to make it to a second witness examination before this happens sometimes. It appears the jury is leaning on unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve the Queen and country admirably until you are turned away, and therefore I hate you, Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. The eyes of Query, not yet willing to give up and die. You saw it last time. I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? The rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Damn right! Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his oakless refusal to throw his alley. Whatever. Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. For pity's sake, the little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? No? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim? Yeah? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the from the bookshop. Not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books. Yes, nice shop, that. Bourbon books. No, not worth a visit. Oh, yeah? With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the fucking people who witnessed it. Who we still have not met. The accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear. Even the judge appears convinced by Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for this defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time to be grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, yes, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their mind. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it! Boom!
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yeah, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. How's your cane? Does it still taste like chocolate? If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? Feel good. You feel great. You can do this! That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. You went to Australia? Smugrio just looks like this. Yeah. It's all gone swimmingly until you started forsicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry. I think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and the young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now, there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. Oh, yeah? I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Ah, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear. I wonder what's become of Mr. Faust now. He's in jail. For mishatting.
Hold it!
They say he's mad as a hatter. Alright, at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Oh, quite. That's precisely my point. And clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly the funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Let's not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. And is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Well, I really couldn't say, after all. You are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. The argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you're too kind, my lord. That went well for her. I got a divorce. I'll pronounce it however I feel. His name is Faust. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I remember. I remember now. Anyway. That man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back. Why? You can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean. What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. It seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true, but it also counts on whether the guy actually took the other path, too. And there's no proof that shows he did, is there? And there's no proof he shows he went the other way. By that same logic! That's true. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes. That's annoyingly true. The nights are dark and cold. So, the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given a lot of thought, you know. It doesn't make up my mind. I don't make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there's some logical reason why he might have gone to Calabash Road, it may be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. Reason why Sasuke-san might have taken the longer way home. Good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
Hold it!
Mrs. Gall... Whatever's the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garideb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room? The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand. She's keeping up that charade. Ugh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That she'd been selected for the jury on this trial, I mean? Well, I was told not to mention to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in for a little over a week now. In that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? We already know her answer. Oh my goodness me, yes! He's just the sort! Uh-huh. What? Spending all his time in that dark, dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks. And don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Natsume. How can people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. No, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. I don't know who I'm supposed to sway yet. I really don't care. I got shit to do. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. Coughing baby and a hydrogen bomb versus hydrogen bomb. Oh no! My life is on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah? The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Ah, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. Ah. This time of the year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. And it's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. Tacos! Tacos are good. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened, by that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Mircom Street it was. Mircom Street... On the map, Mr. Naruhodo! It's one of the 3 named streets! Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Yeah! That day that happened, I was digging up Mircom Street from dawn till dusk.
Hold it!
So, if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer, and you were doing road maintenance that day. That's right. Like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of the year fellows like me can actually make a few bob. 10 bob, and I'm missing out today. And when you say that from dawn till dusk, the work has to be completed within the day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass until while it's happening. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir. On the mark, to mark on the street map the exact location, the work that you were carrying out. Give it here, then. Let me have a look. Oh, please. Alright, let's see, then. BAM! Here we are, Mirkham Street. Yes, it's just to your right. It was a tidy dig, I can tell you, and you had to get through all of the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. And what sort of time did you finish the work? We started in the morning, and I kind of finished before gone 6, I'd say. Snow had stopped coming down, but it had long past dark for sure. That means the road work was still going on when Miss Green was attacked at around 5 o'clock. Road works on Mirkham Street, huh? Just finished the Trunk DLC, but it crashed during the final cutscene. Oh no.
Hold it!
Hopefully you don't have to do it all again. Sorry? Yeah, fold it, you say? Hold what? Your opinion. No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books that they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books? Well, I was picking out old books in there all afternoon. And it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. How convenient that so much of the jury is attached to this. In some way. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes. No, I'm not mistaken here. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after that dreadful time I had. What do you mean? I was walking down down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stops falling. That's when it's the most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. Really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I live on Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be very extremely significant. Sorry. Extremely sick. No, I'm quite alright. Says it shivered down my spine to hear the members of the jury are so convinced of his guilt. I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them... It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's the body aching all the time. No! I mean, if you need to go get some rest, get some rest. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly! Yes, you're right. Just listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Fight! And would have gone around the house on his way back. Okay, yeah.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. Odds, counsel, explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? Oh, what do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mirkham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home cannot have taken him along Mirkham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course! What do you think, sir? Yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? Must have had 2 good yards or more. We must have had 2 good yards or more of pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Break them from within. Basically written an essay on the fan and lore of Barrack's Scar. Scar? What Scar? This is before they adopted metric. Yes. Or they keep it in yards and shit purely for us dumb Americans. I'm normal about this game. It's okay. I get it. Yes, I suppose we must have. I suppose that must be, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But you see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man is guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so that we can get to the bottom of what's really happening. But what about you, sir? To me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Woo! Tiny Devil Susato on Ryunosuke's shoulder. Yes! Yes! Kill them! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It straightened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stances as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. Might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Seeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we've had to prevent, but by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation. I slipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road and knocked myself clean out. Okay, so I kind of understand a little bit of where they're going with this on what could be the assumption of what happened. In that it could have been that the road was so slippery, she could have literally just fallen over and somehow happened to land on a pocket knife. Fuck if I know. But who am I putting her up against? So the poor woman was attacked from behind. How dreadful. I slipped over in the evening on Calabash Road. The woman in green collapsed before his eyes. I think it's hers. I'm gonna save just in case.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, just juror number 2 and juror number 6. Whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. And it's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, He had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. The man says that he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. He does a little walk. Someone in a green overcoat who obviously collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, well, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure that you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him on that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and fell over on the icy path. That is not the way that my brain was thinking whatsoever. Oh my! My goodness. You mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old man on the end of the bench here with me today? That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man is somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. Oh my goodness me! Huh? Sorry? You need to pee? I do. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, that means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. If that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Brera Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Why? I still want to know what the books are surrounding her. Because yes, there are 3, but we don't really have an idea of what those 3 books are. And we know the names of the books, so that's going to be fucking important. Idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming around there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. It hadn't been that long. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? How dare you wear a green coat, man? What did you say to me? If it's a crime for an elderly to walk the streets these days, is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? Hold it! My lord, I do hope I won't cause that won't cause any inconvenience, but you'd like to change your leaning, I presume. I do declare that I would, and I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well! Yay! I'm gonna get stabbed. Now me having a green overcoat. Nah, you'll be fine. Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The yes to the nose. The yes to the nose. 2 and the nose 4. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means no longer we have a consensus among the members of the jury. Trial will continue. No, Your Honor. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. But Lord Von Zeeks. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. Yep, there it is. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick. We literally just proved that at the time that this happened, he could not have gone the path that you wanted and had to go another way. Even if the whole thing with the old man in the green coat is bullshit, we know that he didn't take the path that you are asserting. Because it wasn't passable at the time. Fuck you. Hey. Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you were excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Like my brother. This is why you wear red. Then nobody can see it. Nobody can see the blood when you get stabbed when you wear red. My learned Japanese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? About 6 feet. Well, to be honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Damn it. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. He just jumped it, Your Honor! This man clearly has the athletic build to just go ahead and be like, ah, fuck it, I'm gonna jump it. The fuck off! Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? Admittedly enough, there's a bloodstain on my red jacket you couldn't see because of the color. There you go. And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site you worked? I couldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. Well, coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, so we just turned any gentlefolk back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over the 2-yard trench in his meandering around town. It's a lot of assumption. Is that true? Is it? Inconvertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt on his way back to his lodging, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. What are the name of the books? Tell me the name of the books! Crushed in a single sentence. No! Tell me the name of the books! An old man. Cold man! You can talk. You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. Don't remember, I'm not surprised. Care to demonstrate, Von Zeeks? Yeah! Show us you jumping. Hop the little prosecutor's bench there. Let's see it. With your coat on and drinking a bottle of wine at the same time. It'll be great. How about a wager, my learned friend? You say that this old man is what the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. You can't prove he actually took Briar Road. You're making the fucking assumption that he just jumped it. Prove he jumped it. Arg! God, I hate the prosecutors so much. Aha! My assertion is nothing but truth, but your assertion is nothing but something that needs to be proved. Explain yourself, my lord. If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? To give the young foreign student the sightseeing experience that he no doubt came for. This is his one bullshit moment. This is his one bullshit moment? I'll believe it when I see it. What did he do? I left for like a minute to piss. He's asserting that despite the fact that there was road work going on, it was only about 2 yards in distance, and therefore could easily be jumped by anyone who decided they just wanted to keep going down that road. But is accusing us of having no proof, which he has no proof for, that the guy jumped it, of course, but is accusing us of having no proof that he saw, that our defendant saw the old man instead of the girl in a green coat. and saying, we have no proof of it. Well, he has no proof that he jumped it, so it doesn't fucking matter. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have become reached, I feel. Ah. He's taken off the coat. So my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord? The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses. Here we go. Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses. Yep, and there was nobody on the street. Nobody around who could have done it. Except for the one Japanese guy who was there. But we have witnesses. We've been told several occasions that we have eyewitnesses. Here comes the super racist lady. Oh, it wasn't the... Okay. Oh, God. Yes, I remember. One of them was a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid it's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright. No matter who Von Six brings to the stand as his witnesses, it's no matter what they say. I believe in Sasuke-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing it to the very end, until this battle is over. I want to know the name of the books! They know that oh my god. Were those children? Witnesses, please state your name and occupation to the court. Those are children. He is literally eating his hat. Constable Royal Beat. Sir, something to report on the street, sir. He's a sleepy little boy, isn't he? No, they're like 20. They're children. And I am Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm this young town's hero's wife. I think she did it. I think she she attempted to murder her. I don't know the reason why. I don't know what the motive is. I think she did it. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. So you've been married for about a year. Okay. No. It was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Us being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beats is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Overworked Bobby and his tiger wife. God forbid he gets overstimulated and chews on his helmet strap. He doesn't seem like he's chewing on it because he's overstimulated. He seems like he's chewing on it because he's tired. He doesn't know what he's eating. Indeed, apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge more 20 miles a day, you know? They patrol bordering houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and responsible for keeping the streets clean. Jesus Christ! And lighting... Like, I already knew about lighting and extinguishing the streetlights, but they're also responsible for cleaning the street? I hope you mean of crime. God, I hope you mean of crime. Can't afford to eat. I chew on my hands when I get overstimulated. He's better than me. He's understimulated for sure. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. It goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crime on his beat. The hell you mean? Well, the London Bobby is a man of honor. I'm tired. And a man of slumber. I thought your preference was bottle caps. Bottle caps are fun to chew too. I mean... On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. They witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Royally? Constable Royally Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. A bottle caps, the whole bottle. just chewing on glass. I'd like to hear your formal testimony now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir! Just crush the cans and keep crushing them. Yep. It's crunchy. It was our wedding anniversary and Royally was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appear out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock, in the dock. Roy and I both saw him clear as day. And no statement from Royally, I see. That is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events is that you established in the summation exclamation will be quashed. A death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. Shut up, Von Zeeks. You are making an assumption and calling it fact, while saying that our assumption is not possibly fact because we can't prove it, despite the fact that you can't prove it either. So fuck off. What an unfortunate chancing, and you on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. Thank the Lord for that. The life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witness saw the face of the man fleeing the scene in the fog. Obviously, she saw exactly who it was and knew exactly what to do. I think she did it. They are testifying under oath. That is without a doubt the accused, Mr. Suski. Saying that a person is testifying oath is proof that they're telling the truth in an Ace Attorney game. Oh, that's funny. You're a funny man, Von Zeeks. You fucking know what you're talking about. One of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. We're gonna have a second examination. Come on. Except the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble, counsel of the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Sound like these, I'm ashamed to be a fan of him.
Hold it!
No time to change for work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. B? Oh, no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can possibly see why children and elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Royally looks ever so handsome in his uniform. His patched-up uniform and his beaten-up hat. It suits you, It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? It suits you down the ground. I don't understand that saying. But I guess she says she likes it. This poor guy. Well, I just finished my beat. And now we're heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? That's creepy. It's also when other people say the most vile, freak shit about him unimaginable. Feminist Naruto. Hell yeah! No, Royally, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh yeah? Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat on for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I am the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. Oh, what's that now? My warrant card, sir! Proof that I'm a London copper. It is a noble founding principle of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And it's such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail, without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it, huh? But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beats puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. I like him. I don't like her. I like him. I think he's fine. Some side profiles that don't look like hyperpigmentation. What? Oh, Pat. Oh, royally. Ah, they're so cute. I want to barf. What a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe more. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared in the fog. Oh, yeah. Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. Up? Was wow, a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. It does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this, and like Mr. Natsume. Check their profiles? Oh no. Ah, it most unfortunately does. Look at all these people. Man, we still... So I guess every person we meet gets, like, their stuff entered into this. Devout London Bobby who witnessed the incident whilst walking the street with his wife of a year, Patricia, 23, wife of Constable Royally Beat, who was witness to the incident. She was relatively recently married and fiercely proud of her policeman husband. Victim in this case, who knows what age she could be, son of the knife in her back. Luckily, the wound didn't prove fatal, but the woman remains unconscious in the hospital bed. This motherfucker. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Yes. Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there were streetlights on Briar Road, you see? And there was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? God, when she starts really getting, like, pissed off, I feel so bad. I think Olive is in her... They said her early 20s, yeah. They just didn't give the exact. Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. Briar Road is dead straight, as you can see it faintly along the way down the pavement. And there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other... Before sleep takes the firm hold, your answer, please. Mr. B Mr. Beat, are you... Are you quite sure of what you just said? Their names make Patrol the Beat? Ah... Yes, sir! As a copper who spends all his day every day keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I am as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Patrolly. They're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like that there's nowhere to run. Well, didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too conveniently. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident. Now, what are the name of the books? Sorry. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and then it scattered something. What did they scatter? What was on the books? They've done only one testimony after this. And then I can pee? Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer, and we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Say the name, say the name, say the name, say the names. What? Ah, yes, that's right. Some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed. It's clearly pictured in the photographic print. Rotten Japanese man. There it is. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Oh! Let's not forget that remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. No, but we saw him! It was the man in the dock without question, sir. That mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything. You saw all of it. You saw his entire ass face, huh? In the fog. Any more insults you want to throw in? They're both racist. That's right. He looked down at the poor defenseless woman with his most terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from the policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir! There was a slur there in the sentence for the original. Oh, I could feel it. I could feel it in the way that she said, that she described the Japanese man. I could feel that there was a slur there before. Make sure to examine the warrant card. Warrant card? What warrant card? What do you mean? I don't have a warrant card. He showed it. He just never gave... I actually never got the chance to... You're talking about the thing that proves that he's a policeman? Because they never gave it to me. I can't look at it yet. I want to examine it. It's got a little evidence box, so I assume that I'll get it eventually, but I ain't got it yet. Yeah, no, he just showed it. He didn't actually give it up.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Every time, she almost snaps his neck. He's gonna die right in front of us at one point. Huh? Well, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. Yeah, I was off duty at that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beats. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance. But what do you mean exactly by the right police box? That depends on the crime's location, you see, to who deals with it. Where the woman stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go report it and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. You can get away with stuff like these easier in Japanese media, yeah, but it doesn't fly in most other places. Yeah, it's not cool. I would argue that the only reason why it could work in Japanese is because it was, you know, it was a Japanese person who decided to write down the slur, and therefore it's kind of like the N-word pass. It's only for the people it's about at this point. And anybody else who uses it is extremely racist. So no, I'm glad that they took it out. I mean, you can still come off as extremely racist without having to have the character use slurs. So it wasn't a necessary thing. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. Thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens. And you can get away with showing blackface on TV, on major TV shows in Japan. That too. Japan is still, in certain aspects, still a little bit backwards in the way that they handle things. Though, considering what's happening in our own country right now, I don't know how much longer I'll be able to say that. We'll see. Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Oh my god, his neck. Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir! Also, xenophobia is considered more socially acceptable here. Yes. Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese man at the dock.
Hold it!
Surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? He absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Ha. Yes, what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is, and when it's thick, you can't even see the hand in your, the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, all right, I take your point. Would you stop shaking your husband about? Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's not how that works. It's a bit late. I think the time has passed in America at this point. Yeah. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that that little Japanese man we saw, little, he's taller than you, lady. Can't we, darling? Yes. It is the accused, no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the tight mouth, is unmistakable, sir. As far as the couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. Sasuke-san, they saw running away from the scene of the crime. He's just gonna snap his neck. Yep. I want to shake Barak around like that by his cravat. Just break his neck. Yep. It'll be over. The Reaper of the Bailey will have been dealt with. So that's it. That's their entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? No, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does that leave us? Members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! Then what do we do? Gotta poke a hole. Kazuma-sama were here. What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. If you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memories of that day are accurate. Right. Put it simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh, why do I always seem to be up against it? Because it's a video game and we're not allowed to have any kind of real say. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Well, is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh, no, it's not really that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Everything like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? Yes. Yes. Tell me the books. Give me the name of the books. I can tell you the names. Yes! Of every single one I could. Every single one. Tell me. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Tell me the name. Give them. Give me the names. Give them. No, it won't do it all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decided to forgive him for insulting us, I don't think for a minute that Royley will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books. 4? 4 books? 4. 4 books? 4 books. Yeah? Oh, yeah?
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those pictured by the accused at a nearby secondhand bookshop purchase. The secondhand bookshop on the day in question. After I had been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policewoman's wife after all. I did it for Royley. And what was your husband doing at the time? He was laying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He was protecting the crime scene. As a true Bobby. Passed out. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Now, Miss Beat, I see that you have regaled the court with the tale of your powers of recollection. Would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? Happy to. Now, are you listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The What's It Yearnings. Okay, picture of Monsieur. The Canterbury Yearnings. A meal of Garrier. And then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely Thingummy something. Perfect recollection. You see? Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh, well, they were long lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So, I think it's very mean for the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Really is literally me without Dr. Pepper. He's got a gun! Why wasn't his gun taken? Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Put away the gun. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. I mean, okay, I really can't argue too much because we have a sword, but, you know, it takes some effort to get to somebody with a sword. Alright, so that's their entire testimony, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I feel the same. I mean, I already know what I need to present on. I'm so confident about it, I'm not even going to save. I will unsave Scum, because I'm so confident that this is the one that I need to do.
Objection!
So, you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right, I remember all of them. A picture of Monsieur somebody, What's Its Yearnings, a meal for someone, and Thingamagummy is something. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. There is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no! What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, There were only 3 books, not 4. What? And this is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books. Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be! I remember seeing them. No, there were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. There's only 3 books. I'm sure I could have presented literally either one, but this is the major proof that he only had 3 books on him. As you can clearly see in the evidence as well, there was only 3 books. I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear, I saw them! No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. No, it cannot be denied that though you saw, though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no! No! They're both patched up.
Objection!
This one's flimsy at best, so whatever he says, unless it's absolute bullshit, I probably will agree with. It's plainly evident that your powers of deduction cannot be relied upon, my learned I was going to say Japanese. It's not wrong, just not what's there. Nipponese friend? What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. Hey, when I'm off my meds. The fact that you know very well that you have no hope of disproving. I disagree. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. Well, your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife for her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh! It's just... You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene at Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. Okay. So where'd the 4th book come from?
Objection!
But what of that photographic print? We only saw 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. Print? You mean to say... I have a second print! Yep, there it is. Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. So she claimed that he... Okay. The lion's pride. And it's burnt! Hey, yo, what the fuck? This is... That's the... Why does she have that book? I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. The wheels are turning. The motions are going. Let's pull down one of the members of the fucking jury. I got questions. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Yeah, but she's claiming that all the books belong to him and that we don't know, whatever. There, you see? Look at that. Look. Yes. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir! Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt of the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Miss Beats, the titles once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The pictures of Monsieur somebody or other. Why was she holding it, though? Right. The picture of Monsieur Lecour. What's its yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. The meal for someone. A meal for a Gardoir, in fact. And as the court has just heard, the witness remembers the titles of the books flawlessly. Yeah, flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. That's really stupid. Did you hear that, Roy? The gentleman paid me a compliment. I'll kill him! Yes! Flawless, Patricia is flawless. Oh no, she's got some flaws. There are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing to surprise about that. Clearly the 4th book which is shown is in the photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. Is she related to Miss Galadib? I'm not saying that just because they're both fat. I'm saying it just because the hand type seems a little bit the same. Also, she's got a book that her husband has. Is this Mary? Is this Mary, Queen of Scots? Anyway, in other words, it belongs to the victim. No, it doesn't. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. That seems pretty well intact. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. 2nd photo. 4th book. I want to look at that book. Shut your trap. I want to look at that book. Let me take a look at this book. That's a fire, all right. Can't find anything out of place. I'm sorry, I just barely missed it. God. Oh, look at this! This book is badly burned. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. It's a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. Book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Why does that feel important? The Lion's Pride. Let's see. The book is entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before, and very recently, too. It's a title I recognize, too, Mr. Naruhodo. Where could it be from? Where could it be? Alright, I think that's it. Let's take a look at that photo. Why do you have this? Why is this book in your possession? Ma'am, answer me. Wake up from your coma. Tell me your secrets. Prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The suspicious longer route to the accuser's lodging that you tried to establish as your summation examination, and the attempt at discrediting the witness's power for recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat! Marry me, Pat! But you're married. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on these Nipponese travesty? Or is this decision you have to make all too apparent already? Please, no. Don't make me do it twice. I've heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the... you've heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. The trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precocious position. I know, but if I fight back the wrong way, I may very well make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do we need to do? And it was a big question. Habashiki! Objection!
Objection!
I'm not done yet! No, my learned friend, it's over. My last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. Eating tacos. Tacos. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh? I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. Of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. Is it? Oh, that's a funny one, Judge. So the court will hear you, madam. Went too far this time. Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Sato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that new evidence might be decisive proof of what we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take the opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Already done. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case, and hitherto been overlooked. It's the book!
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's
Objection!
hand. We've already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance can be attached to it. You're wrong, bitch! Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Ah! Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution in this matter. Are you fucking kidding me? When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. Yeah? So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify the clue at once. Oh, thank God. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid the thorough examination of the evidence, which means may blah blah blah. Yep, I think you're right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue into this case which the fourth book conceals? Well, you see, Your Honor, if you make it spin, it makes a noise that sounds like music, and it says, I didn't do it, it wasn't me. Shit, I hit the wrong button. I keep hitting space to present. I hate the fact that there's a different button for present. Go! This shit's burnt, Your Honor! I'd like to ask the court to observe the book, or the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue that what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. There's an outside chance, certainly, but worth the try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage? The shop that sold it, its owner, its contents. My lord, that burnt on the back of the book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hands as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it's originated, the defense has a very credible answer. Good gracious! How can you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn if your little gamble doesn't away. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim owns the book? It's his!
Take that!
John Gallagher. The answer is that book belongs to the couple who owned the house where the defendant has his lodgings. To Mr. and Mrs. Garabed. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fated work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you just dropped the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? Your implication that hard-working members of the public, you besmirch her without a shred of evidence? Your actions are unforgivable. We've already been through this. This is not a mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, Counsel? A fight that resulted in a fire. A fire, my lord! I'm afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. It didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it, I lost my favorite. A book called The Lion's Pride. He's pissed! The Lion's Pride? By Jove! The very same title, the subject of this debate! Oh my...
Objection!
Oh, dear me! This is risible. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in the fire. It's literally burnt! In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. No, that doesn't mean anything. Entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Yeah, no, she's holding an intact version of the same book. No, and she also just happened to light hers on fire. She was just walking down the road, Your Honor. She just pulled out a lighter with like, hey, and then put it out. Come on! Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into detail, it appears that Miss Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb, even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to you. Horrid to the one you love. Can you, Royally? Yeah, as you fucking jerk his neck. Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Had all my favorite novels in that case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh. Up in smoke. An aggressive lover. Very much. And the wife started hurling things at me. And there I was, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. So one flung out the window. She pegs him. She absolutely pegs him. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There is no report of Garabus's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass, but there was a fire happening, so it's not unquestionable that they would have whacked the window open to let out the smoke. It's not conceivable that the window was open at but it is not conceivable the window is open at the time, and not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Not even in the midst of a fire? Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garabed's wife? Garadeb. I believe it is a possibility, my lord. Oh my god, I didn't realize their scarves were attached. Yep, there it is. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are, you little foreign trickster. Oh, fuck you. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that it was never my intention. Dragging an upsetting citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Fuck off. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fantasies, foreign theories? What did the judge say earlier about wanting to be tolerant? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache. He ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. Here we go. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me! Sorry, what was that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. God damn it. What is your position, Lord Von Seeks? Now I call them geniuses, sir. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessary protracted proceedings. This one's shorter. It fucking better be. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... There's the leg! If books are your predilection, my learned friends, study them on your own time. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? No, now he doesn't like it. 3, 2, 1. Too late. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty. Guilty.
Why are they all
Guilty.
back to normal? And fuck you.
Guilty.
Guilty.
The leg. You missed it. At least on timing-wise. God damn it, we have to do this again? Thank you for the unambiguous response. It's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up! Mr. Sato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. And you're not suggesting... Of course! The defense has the right for another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their mind. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I believe that I'm going up against people who just are stupid. I believe that. Every time I go back. Bro, I think you're guilty. I just don't know, though. I don't know. Poor Balroth. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no point in to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. I mean, I should have known that this would be something that could happen twice in a row. Hey! Alright, cool. We're not ending. Not by a long shot, but I do need to go to the bathroom. And I also need more drink, because I can feel my throat seizing up as we speak. So we're going to take a quick break while I take care of those things. And because it's on quiet this time, let me get you guys some music to listen to while I am gone. I will be back.
You caught me off guard. All of my friends said you moved out west. You tell me stories underneath sunsets. Could it be more than just one night? Kissing the cab ride, head turning left, right. Get a ticket for two to wherever you choose. Drinking some red out of the blue. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in December. Hey boy, trust my intuitions always. I'm not superstitious,
Alright, we're back. I got my drinks. I'm gonna pour them into my cup. And we will get back to the game. He actually has 2 cross-examinations after this. God damn it. Consider the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Blisky. Here we go again. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. There was some novel, alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even if with a direct hit. Ma'am, are you claiming that you did hit her? I just want to get this over with. And if I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a titty bit of trouble. Come to think of it, I had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. You're accusing him based on that? He has considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend wasn't able to find a fault in the previous witness testimony. No, you just constantly went against it, saying that this can't possibly be relevant without actually examining further into it, because you knew that we were getting onto something. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. Moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. We don't see how it can be argued any other way. I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What could even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need provided. All you need provided. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. We're playing Clue! That's what we're doing. I believe it was him! On the street with the knife! There he goes again. I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it! Otherwise this really will be this really will be the final testimony! No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume that you are prepared, counsel. Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke. Focus your mind now. Double slap. 2 more after this. Ugh. Clearly, the key of this summation examination is going to be the juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Miss Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes. Sato, forge evidence. Don't forget to keep your eye on Miss Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things that other people say. Oh, is that right? I was literally a second away from accidentally spoiling the ending of the with a clue joke. Yeah, I'm glad you held back. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. What difference does it make? There's every possibility of the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part that I have a problem with. Sorry. Well, at the point that the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrape with his wife or something, you said. It's not exactly how I put it. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all the Palavars, what this all Pavlar's about. I don't know. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. Some novel alternative explanation.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face. And I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. No? No, not at all? Damn, how did we get here? Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning paper, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? Okay. You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? This hits a little too close to home right now. And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So, despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, rational logic, wouldn't you say? No. Overwhelmingly. Us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'll be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that, too. Yeah, good. Let's do our best not to disappoint the modern metropolitan young lady. Right. I'm glad you admitted the rational there. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime.
Hold it!
Nobody really cares about a tragedy unless it afflicts them personally. Yeah, that's the sad part. Now, what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. There was literally a fire! How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winter in London is no joke. It's so much no joke that we'd rather inhale smoke directly into our lungs than open a window. Oh, boy. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm. And by sitting by the fire, we mean an open raging fire inside of our house, not within the fireplace. But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. The stupidity of this, and all Ryunosuke has to say, there was an extra fire in the house. Like the crash over the Potomac a few weeks back, and like 5 crashes since. God, the I don't want to fly right now. Not until they fix the problems that have been caused by certain individuals that I'm not going into. Very prominent certain individuals, I might add. Then what's the point of having the windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable probability that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. This bitch. Scary thing is I have a flight to visit my grandparents next month. Be very careful. I hope everything goes well. And I hope everything goes well. By the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrideb. Never you mind that. The point is that we were having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that there was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Love is a burning thing. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about the juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Miss Garrideb's relentless onslaughts. Almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. He just wants to get out of here.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? And if I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, I don't have any feeling in my arms anymore. You know, it's funny, but I don't quite remember. Oh, no. Sorry? It wasn't too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat would ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. Must be some way to jog his memory about this. His wife has canonically dumped him in the Thames once. Oh no.
Hold it!
What am I pushing against? Does this have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what was that? You haven't spoken to me? Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter my grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. And 75 candles on top of it, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was this some kind of devil worship? Okay, that's a good bit. That's a good bit, because they wouldn't do candles on cakes in Japan at this time period. That's a good one. Of course not! It was an angel cake! To celebrate my birthday, obviously. Seems a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all of my puff and pulled them out. Only I must have blown the wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles were flying all over the room. Jesus Christ. This part's so funny. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Yeah? Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneeze, I presume you mean a cold? But how did you catch the cold from the fire? Oh, what a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room was filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows. Finally. The windows? Now the biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Caught a terrible cold from it. They put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. It's something about the old man's story is playing on my mind. Poor boy, confused by British customs. Yeah. Always there to help. But he didn't change his mind. You need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Hmm. Oh no. I just had a terrible thought. I don't want any confirmation on this, because, I mean, obviously I don't want spoilers. But obviously the window was open because they were letting out the smoke that was billowing from the fact that there was fire. Or at least he opened them while she was still throwing shit. And by throwing shit, I mean the knife. I would not put it past that one of the things that she threw at her husband was an open knife, because she's clearly got it all together. That while the girl was picking up the Lion's Pride book off the ground because she saw it land in front of her or some shit, the knife literally just hit her in that right spot on her back. Like, that's my current running theory, is that while unintentionally, it was the wife who did it while she was throwing shit at her husband. Again, no confirmations. Don't tell me shit. That's my running theory. And in fact, hold on, I wanna... Is there any indication of who owns the jackknife? No, there's no indicator of who owns it. But once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudices. Yep. And a lot of them seem convinced that they're right, even in the face of a logical argument to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other. So Joan in the lodgings with the knife? Yeah. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just contradictions might do the trick. Alright, let's see what I can do. That's the spirit! Okay, I'm gonna do the one that I know is obvious first.
Objection!
I have a theory on what's the next one to put together. Now, these two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me! Well, what's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up! Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear what juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his window in the middle of winter. Oh, well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you put it out and you opened the... Oh! Ah, shit! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garibid household. And Mr. Garibid had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh my! Oh my hat.
Excuse me.
You know, I was gonna let it keep going, but I'm nailing her now. Do you have something to say about that? Miss Garibid! Oh, dearie me! Oh, what is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, at the time, it's time to drop the pretenses now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught fire. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Well, all right then, yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Justly deserved? Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Are you insane? Like, no, like, legitimately. Even by Shutakumi character standards, are you insane? Like, That's some fucking like psychopathic behavior right there. Your house is on fire, and you're still trying to hurt your husband for a misconceived situation of cheating. Come on, girl. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. I simply must have it added to Miss Garibed's final formal statement. Now that you mentioned it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garibed told us he had been reading. I just hoping you're asking to buck that trend? Which trend? Oh, this trend? Yeah. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw, did you or did you not throw at your husband? What? That feels like a translation error. Oh, there's just more to it. Okay. A copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading. I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now that you mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal that information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At the time like that, you pick up and throw whatever you lay your hands on. As well you know. I really don't.
Oh, boy.
Barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Yeah?
Excuse me.
What's up with you? What is it, juror number 5? Do you know something? I remembered what it was. The memory I had blocked out. Ah? I was listening to what this granny was saying and brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garibed, or the maid, I'll have you know. Or? Man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he used to being hit all the time. I think it might be. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home from work. Uh-oh. You think she'll stop throwing him? Never. It'll become a thing for them. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. I haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? Wife was cutting some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Oh no. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. An inch deep. No words, just terror. She throws him on the bed. There you go. I could smell it then, you know. The god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in that muddy banks that night. I can tell you. Now that's a real disaster, isn't it? Wow. I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When a woman loses their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people as well. It's so uncivilized. It's more civilized to throw people. At least attack with honor. Use a bow or the leg. What? Hey, attack! Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. A woman in a rage will hurl almost anything. Okay, so I still need to finish this whole testimony thing. I mean, I hope. Shit, now I'm worried. Hold on. I'm just gonna save just in case. She doesn't throw things at him, she throws him. Yep.
Objection!
Hold it!
Okay. Alright. See, I'm glad I saved. Like, I was sitting here thinking that we needed to, like, at least get them to agree with each other and would change the thing, but we don't. Alright. Okay, bye. A woman enraged will hurl almost anything.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you. That's right, she was chopping meat with it. Tidy edge on it. Believe me. That's how she disciplines her kids. No, terrible. It's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There's a cup, a glass, a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub? Dear God, man. Your wife is even beefier than you. Things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. Yeah, she's a little sweetheart, really. I am so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed into the Thames a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. Did your parents never threaten to murder you? No. Fortunate that my parents never threatened to kill me. On the face of it, just the juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors have an alternative explanation. Okay.
Objection!
Music stopped. I'm good. These two statements clearly have deeply significant connection. If you mean that they don't contradict each other, explain, counsel at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be a much more one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, is what was found at the scene of the crime. Originated from Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. What's this now? After all, Miss Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. This, as the foreman of the jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a gamble here. This was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. All right, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that was that found its way from the Garab household to the scene of the crime.
Take that!
Is the jackknife. Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah! Good Lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? More of a Mac that the knife guy. I pay you to bring me frog. What the hell is happening in chat? What am I missing while I'm reading all this shit? Pay money for a kid that wouldn't shut up about Star Wars and couldn't eat gluten. What? Routinely catches frogs and other things. What the hell is going on? Okay. Anyway. Good Lord Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. Yeah, I got a theory. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garib were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garib was hurling things that she could at hurling anything she could at her husband, who's been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window across the street to land neatly in her hand? No! Even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit that there are many details we don't have to understand, but at this point, that's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Ugh! Mrs. Garib, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, Thud. She's dead! My lord! I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now that we, so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman? I have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this, at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Yay! And in the trial number 5, we're gonna do it 3 times. Let's celebrate. We did it! Well, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, as a result of the defense's summation examination, and the number of jurors leaning has changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. It is a trial, and the trial will continue. Hey, can we talk about the fact that she recognized the knife that was stuck in the victim's back? Can we get some witness testimony on that? Now, Lord Von Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? I want him to throw both. Throw both of them. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Throw both of them. Come on, you know you want to. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing to save the gutter. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks, the defense has put forward a credible alternative explanation of what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that he jumped over the hole that obviously anybody could jump over, and I have proof by watching everyone jump over the hole. Sorry, I'm still pissed about that. I have chocolate milk. Chucky milk! Enjoy it. You must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? This is angled this time. It should already have been apparent that between the crime scene and the Gabat household runs a rather wide street of Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Gabat's house to the scene, some 15 yards. Let's see, 15 yards is around 14 meters. There's not much of a discrepancy between the two. 14 meters? That's a little farther than I imagined. And as ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted, of having pretentious significance, the fourth book that was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards. I mean, 15 yards isn't that crazy. To land on the opposite side of the road, nearly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. No, see, no, that's not the part I'm arguing. I would not be throwing it. No, you keep that. You drink that. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow the near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? That one I believe. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories were believable plots. You'd be surprised. There's nothing I could say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Susato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. Prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy. But what the defense has postulated, it was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its meaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Jean Garab, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Hell yeah! Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? It's what I wanted! Yeah. And Susato advance seeks immediate over-the-shoulder throw as soon as she gets in touch. This is highly irregular. An unprecedented matter of a jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
There it is. Ah, my leg! Unnecessary. Lord von Zeeks. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's fiscal theory has any truth in it, then both the burnt book and jackknife must have flown through the sky before the couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would not be able to testify, accordingly. What do you say, witnesses? I didn't see shit. Yes, sir! Constable Royal Bates, sir, reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing off until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they're so heroic, those London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I have been neglecting you, but no more! Oh, Royally, my hero. You make me swoon. Called a fastball special. Yeah! Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. She reacted to the knife! Now order the witnesses to stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir! What are they, sir? I was asleep, sir. Motherfucker, wake up! If you actually hadn't been sleeping for a month, you'd be dead! Okay, this case has nothing to do with me or with Mr. or Mrs. Get a bed. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows at the top floor of the Carl's house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, with anything that had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Royally was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing strange to report at the front, sir. Didn't you admit earlier that he was asleep? Like, didn't we have a testimony revealing that when you got back, he was face down in the snow? That's quite startling. Top hinge casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Oh, yes, I'm sorry about that. Oh, you see, so I didn't mean it. I must have been a little drowsy. Cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir! I'm sorry, but what exactly is a top hinge casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance for such trite remarks, my learned friend. I'm literally from another country that does not use these kind of windows. Answer the fucking question. Of course, sorry. He's just an eepy little guy. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Knew I could count on you, Susato. When everybody else is being a bitch, you're here to help. Pass your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Oh. But it's a top hinge casement window. It swings open upon the upper edge, you see. I'm glad that you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it from being open? That's news to me. Wife material. When she's older. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife had been thrown through the window, the open window, it would have bounced off. It would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem, then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. So then how did the book get there? It's obviously the same book. So how the fuck did she have it? As unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. Unless they got it changed within one day. Did you see that, Royally? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Royally, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. But, you know, we're not allowed to just have a clear-cut case. Everything's got to be turned on its head and make us raise our blood pressure. Ugh. There's nothing to do.
Hold it!
How can you say that? It's a very good question, sir, and the answer is this! It's a noble founding principle of the force written within a reminder of us all as policemen of sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? Can't say I remember. Control the streets of London, uphold the peace of the common man. This was a job. That's why I stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell the Bobby Joe to draw blood while rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly, sir! O'Reilly, so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Royally. Can I have that? It'd be a turnabout otherwise. Yeah. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. I did. Yes, well, you could have answered the question. What a waste of time. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's domestic dispute can't be related to the case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yeah? I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. Uh-huh. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just arrived here. And sir, I'd happily lend you my warrant card. Thank you! But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Yay! There it is. There's why, it's unrelated. Number 5 will surprise you. Hold on. Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beats. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of the community's relations. Oh. Regulations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Okay. So, what about this was supposed to jump anything out at me? I'm sorry, I haven't been out. No, bro. You don't need to... the fact that you're watching it all is all that matters to me. Lurking is perfectly fine. I'm happy to be background noise. Okay, so I don't fully understand why I was being told to look at that. I mean, it's nice to know the stuff.
Hold it!
It'll be important later. I hope so. It's in evidence, after all. But then again, we got shown the knife, and that never came up, so I guess I shouldn't really be... I'm talking about in the last case, because that never came up on whose knife it really was. By which you mean they didn't... they don't fully open, is that correct? Yes, sir! We're just, they're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted in how much they open. I thought we were on this part earlier. Yeah. Therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Right there. Here's the location of where the object would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side. Directly opposite, you say? Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinge casement thing before? Well, they were so busy arguing that they never opened their windows, no matter what. Well, I have another question for you, Constable. Would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea of what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garabad's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. There it is. And... wait a minute, hold on. What was that? What was that one? It might already be important. When the crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist. This is not his beat. Because they had to go somewhere else.
Excuse me.
Hello, ma'am. Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry? You look well. Delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. What? Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked, but don't misunderstand me, please. But we just got so lucky it didn't happen on Royley's beat. It was so close, you see. It's the initial investigation, yeah. It had, oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Royley's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat! Oh, yes, that's right. Is when it's discovered he helped the day after. Right, but he wasn't supposed to because it's not his beat. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garabot household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see. Sir? I was really cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garabot's household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside of the Garabot's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road. They moved the body, didn't they? Because she wouldn't have had the book unless she specifically was picking it up. And we've already established that it basically ricocheted off the thing and straight down. Fuck! Only required to do discovery investigation if it's your beat. Yeah. We would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. Is that fucking right? But that's the life of a Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Oh, I didn't read that. I think it's was the good Lord's way of rewarding my royally for all his hard work. The cogs are turning. The fire is going. I'm cooking. I'm cooking like you wouldn't believe. Don't you think, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Case file information has been updated. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside of Constable Beat's beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. And now it's my turn, I think. I mean,
Hold it!
I wanna get the rest of this because it might be important. There we go. Help with the investigation yesterday. You helped? In what way? Various members of the public were questioned in order to gather information about the case. That's right, sir. The sad truth is we're all overworked. No kidding. So even though it wasn't under the jurisdiction of my own beat, I obviously went to help. I see. Well, thank you. Oh, is it my turn now? Okay, so that was the rest of it. I just wanted to know.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Royally and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. It was fogged over. You wouldn't see shit. Sorry? A star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to the answer to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Royally be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't exactly see any stars. In short, you're trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you. The stars in our eyes. Yes, sir! That is correct, sir. That's such as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Royally was there doing nothing but sleeping. He was sleeping. Sound of her laughter. Ugh. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Royley's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Royley told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh no, she's Zorro. Oh, Pat. Oh, Roly. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Royley was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I didn't take my eyes off the scene. Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene. Nothing was removed from it. I can swear on that on the yard's honor, sir. Really, that seems a little strange. I beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garredev household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well? That's reaching. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like this in her hand? As we can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about that statement that's not sitting right with me. There's a double press on the new statement. Which new statement? Did they add that to the testimony? I didn't see it. The two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. Must be some common thread between them. This new testimony, I see. Hey, appreciate the heads up, but remember, no helping unless asked for. Because we're about to do the same bit that we just did last time. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. Yep. That wasn't really, what's she doing? Here we go again. Please. Just because I'm a woman, hey, doesn't make my testimony any less viable. That's not the reason. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm the woman of my word. I am. You really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. Now, Lord, you will let me speak, won't you? Yes, Miss Beat. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. It was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, doesn't he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Royley won't. Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? Oh, I can't wait. There was another slur there. Oh, yeah, no, I could feel it, once again. I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Miss Beat, nobody is questioning what you told us. I saw it. I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. Uh-huh. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming book or knife flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, it's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I've made an arrangement. When I've made arrangements to meet Royally. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Yeah? Constable Beat, is there a problem? Sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remarks just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening as all. Hmm? You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find the police box in the next beat over from mine. She was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling had been gone a good 15. Oh, Royally, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? I'm sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Really so romantic. He saved up... Sorry, I thought my phone was ringing. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Oh, yeah? Yes. How romantic. I had forgotten all about it until now. Had you, my darling? Ah! Oh, yes! But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. Oh? What was that all about? Constable Beat, looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm quite sure, of one thing. You have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet that you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. So I was on Patricia for thinking that she was the one who moved the body, but now I'm starting to think that he used her lack of direction to his advantage, convinced her that they were actually on the side of the street that wasn't his, and then moved the body directly over to the proper one instead. I don't know if they tag teamed this or if just one of them did it. I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing it on my way for a while. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Royally gave me. It was a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing is that when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminded, Miss Beat, the victim, is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick up the bouquet again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Royally bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry little solitary rose? Oh! Oh, yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Broily bought me for our anniversary, with odd bits of change that he found in the gutter. You know what? She might be a racist piece of shit, but I actually do believe she truly loves her husband, even if she jerks him around like this. And he must love her too, because he literally moved a body so he can go on his anniversary with her. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Von Zieks, where did you come by this flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay somewhere the street lamps cast no light. I hate and love these two. Yep, I agree. Okay. I can see it. I also just can't look past the racism. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No. I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Present for Patricia, the shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Miss Beat to drop the rose where she stood. But it's a symbol of our love, and you'll get it back after your husband faces time for the fact that he tampered with a crime scene. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I can look at it. An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? Never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly. I do know 3 types, at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit-based, tree-based, for example. A cop facing time? Well, you know, this is a fantasy game. A very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print, and it looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking about if you'd wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper. But it looked like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susato-san, I do love your cakes. She bakes! She bakes, Your Honor! Is there anything else that's important about it? Anything at all? Alright. I'll learn plenty more living with Susato. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back! Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Miss Beat. And take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this? Yeah. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here. The 4th book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Miss Garrett was hiding something from us. It's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I may already have be armed with everything. I just need to strike a decisive blow. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. This just reminded me of the super cute design choice for Sholmes. Okay, so... windows at the top floor of Garrett's house are top-inch casements. Obviously, I haven't seen anything thrown out the window. I did leave the scene to go fetch, but Trustee Royley was making sure that nothing was disturbed. Is this where I need to present? Because my thinking is that I need to present the roses, because obviously something was disturbed. Losing my way. And nothing to report. There's a symbol is a flower, and Sholmes' symbol is a gear, more significantly, a gear surrounding and protecting the same flower. Yeah. I noticed that on some of the stuff. I'm gonna try it, because this is the only one that I can think of.
Objection!
Nope. It's clearly something other than statement. Nah, fuck.
Hold it!
Drop, yes, that's right. I was so upset. We ran over and saw the woman I was back, and I was so shocked. I dropped the bouquet in the back dark spot where the street lights weren't. And one of the police box and the report is the policeman whose beat was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. And that's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was is that when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment, and I heard a voice calling to me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think of how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet was on the opposite side of the road. Curious indeed. Did we press on this one already? Nothing to report. That's correct. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never took away for a second. When I was approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear on that, the odds honor, sir. Really? Seems a little strange. I beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? It seems altogether regular to me. The burnt copy of Lois was originally in this house. Find its way into the victim's hand. It could be a different copy, blah blah blah. The photographer printed the bag on her shoulder. Oh, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment that we arrived, sir. Is that so? Two mysteries of how the knife ended up. Am I... Trying to figure out which one I need to present on. I have another guess. I don't know what you mean by double press, because I'm not allowed to... I've repressed on all of the new information. Fuck. Because I already pressed on this one again. Do you mean pressing on this one? Alright. Which one am I supposed to double press on? Is it the third? I mean, is it the fourth or the fifth statement? Like, I'm legitimately asking. I'm welcoming the help this time. The fifth statement again? But I already did. Like, I literally just did. Or did I press on the fourth statement? Ah, shit.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped her bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. I was so upset. Ran over and saw the woman with the knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet that Royley gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting, so I didn't notice it first. And then you went to the police box to report to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the constable. Yeah, this is like the third time I've read this. What do you mean by double press? That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was that I went to pick it up. It was nowhere near the victim's body at all, and this is the third time we've seen him remind her that the victim isn't dead. What do you mean by double press? I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband. That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't. It was on the opposite side of the road. Curious indeed. And that's the end. That's no different than the last time that I did. And that's the third time I've pressed on that statement. So I don't understand what you mean by double press. Now the rose on the last one? What, you mean present the rose now here now because something isn't strange? Quesadilla. I mean, I guess it's strange because the rose isn't there, presumably? Because the rose is in the wrong spot?
Objection!
I guess. You claim, Constable Beats, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes that you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be! Looking at a guide, that's what it says. I think I had already done my second press. And I was thinking the rose needed to be presented on the wrong statement. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with a policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of this meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager.
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore that on the Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Royley didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, but because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Miss Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garridib's book. Mr. Garridib's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually from here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we heard from Miss Beat's bouquet, it should have been dropped here, at the scene of the crime on the east side. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garridib's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Royley's done something wrong. Don't listen to the word that scrawny lawyer says. Withering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh, good. Ms. Garridib's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garridib. But, deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it for a very suitable but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You barely heard the term before. Tell me, my learned friend, who would have possibly have the cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. About time she testifies, don't you think? Yes. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person who could have been. Constable Royally Beats, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of the Scotland Yard? What nonsense. Why would my Royally do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. So he's gay. No Bobby works more tirelessly for people than London. Yeah. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to the nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. Well, what about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. Forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
Yes, I'm assuming every time she says Japanese man, it's supposed to be a slur. You don't have to point it out every time. First you take accusation about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. Not really. That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happen to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusation is nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you have made a serious accusation of a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With a stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive of the alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Oh boy. Cracking my back. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what the Bobby had covered up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right there. As if somebody didn't already know. Should I post my cringe self-ship art? I mean, that's up to you. There's certainly, that's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that wasn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? Kinda wish he was behind him, still holding up his fists. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where did he fall? Where are you proposing the crime actually took place that evening? Right there. But that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. You've done it before, so go ahead. There you go. On the evening in question, Mr. Garridib's book fell directly down from the open window above. Your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't listened to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses have both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all of the things shown in this print, the victim herself and the 4 books. She moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. Prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Von Seek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Royally Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Royally. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! He's kind of trying to play it off, but then he stopped. What on earth is the meaning of all of this? Oh, Royally, why? Why did you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? She's not a corpse. Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You're a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of Scotland Yard policemen? And yet, Lord Von Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives the motive? I think it's this. But I'm going to save. Because I'm not confident. didn't start simping until you finished the game. That's fair. He's definitely not something worth simping over at the moment.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all of this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. And there's no doubt the young Bobby is charged with a great deal on each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? An account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, could I have also provided the bouquet? Osanaga was my brain rot most of the game. He's good. He needs to stop eating soba. Yes, it was the very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford just a simple gift for his wife. I was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Miss Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw the shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat put up with a lot of being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that a Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beats, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is it not, the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Hot take, TFS Cell Saga is better than the original Cell Saga. That's just because it's more fun. I do feel like it's better, but both of them have their, good parts. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying. And that's what that meant for me. When the crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help the detectives. Why here? Why did it have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? Get the fuck out of my timeline! Interesting how that hasn't popped up on the actual YouTube site yet. Oh. It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat that she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. You'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meechin Street and then... Like, we're not done yet, unfortunately. I'm... No. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted... Just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, royally. Just one night. You knew that if the incident were on your beats, your evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside of your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavements of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring Beats care. Hello. Hi. Hello. There are two of you. The hell? You might want to refresh. I see. I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon. Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my royally would never have left a poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh, no, royally, it was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. She's not mad at him for moving the crime. She's mad that she fucked up the fact that it was moved. That's a true wife right there, standing right next to her criminal husband. Oh, I'm sorry, royally. Can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Hmm? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped from Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in Garabed's household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all of the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. And you're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Way ahead. Yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The 4th book of information has been updated to the court. It was found in her hand. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Von Zeeks? I believe this concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Oh, Raph, thank you for following over on the Twitch side. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my royally? What will happen to him? For now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. It's all my fault. It's because I've always moaning to him about coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson into your mind. In your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the crime scene. Never again, sir. You mean to say? Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Sir! Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Who would have thought a third party transplanting the entire crime scene, a scene of the crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed the crime.
Objection!
Here we go again! Is that creature your transition goal? Oh no. I unfollowed and refollowed to see if it was working. Followed a while back and just wanted to see if it would play again. I mean, it plays every time somebody follows. Like, it's just that it's the notification goes off whenever a follow happens. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could reasonably could have been responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. But Von Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution will have no objections to the trial continuing. I already have a mask that's based on its face.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of the new witness, my lord. Once again. My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joanne Garbett. Me? Oh, dear me. No!
Objection!
Request has already been denied. Fuck you! We have new evidence. The situation is very different now. Miss Gardeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were enraged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Gardeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. To clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened the window that looked out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane with an open top hinge casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know is the true scene of the incident. Yes, as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Gardeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Ah! I don't recall it. You lying bitch. Seriously. Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there is... And all that regalia said the members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. Oh, hey. But it's just a common or garden knife. Common or garden knife is such a weird term. It could have been from anywhere. We have several like that at home. Hey, if one were missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Gardeb? Now listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. All of the budgets for this game went into Jones' cheeks. Yeah, those things fucking jiggle. I refuse to believe all of this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that if I had injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you are just going to insist that I'm being my fault. Going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop, do your worst. So, well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. Prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Fonseeks. He's got a little bit of Edgeworth coming out of him. I'm going to have to testify. Juror number 4. As I'm sure you well appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even be aware of. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Miss Garib. Mark my words. In this court today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in the country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. There she is! Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes. My name is Joan Garadeb, and I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like she doesn't even know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify the matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Hey, Joan. John's here. Didn't know that you were here, John. He's got his medal. Was it only in your room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Oh, don't worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume that you are Mr. John Garadeb? Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant and 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northern Thumb Fulsers, sir. Felicitors. Pipe! Why didn't the pipe work? God damn it! Also, hi, Flu. It's been a while. Alright. Connections. Hey, Twitch, what the fuck? Oh, it's not responding. Great. It's been a while. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's working now. Or at least I believe it is. TwitchBot's not connected. Why not? There we go. Okay. Should all be working now. Let's test it by doing the exam. It works, but you had to pay for the for both of them. So that means you get one for free. There it goes. Alright, so I need to make sure to test that every single time. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. Quiet life? Where you're not engaging in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, yes, quite. That one. I believe this may represent the first in a proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. I wonder if Sensu Bean works now. I give it a shot. Sir, at once! But yeah, how you been, Flo? I'm doing good. I'm ready for next week. I'm ready for next week because I'm on vacation, and also Wilds is coming out, and I'm gonna enjoy my vacation and play the fuck out of Wilds. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Oh, fuck, no, you can't. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open. While I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing had in the victim's back really was one of ours, he'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. No, not though an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. Doing good. Gonna have a little vacay at the start of March. Been addicted to opening Pokemon packs recently. Glad you're doing good. Don't get too lost in Wilds. You'll be able to watch me get lost in Wilds, as I literally will be streaming it almost on my entire waking hours when I'm free of work. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. I had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about the marital quarrel here? I must say, I'm dubious that that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. I do not have work after this. I am off. This is my normal weekend, so no, I don't have to work again until tomorrow. I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed light in combat. One's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Yeah! Jolly Pride. Oh, thank you for also following on the Twitch side. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to me having a 100% Banjo-Kazooie. Von Seeks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances. We only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. Yes, I'm afraid so. Oh yeah, Flu, if you didn't know, I'm dual streaming here and on YouTube now. That's why you see YouTube markers in the chat. I was wondering when he'd do it. Very well, counsel, begin your cross-examination. Hey, there's no shame in having waited. The day you're referring to, blah, 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 blah. The reason was what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because a note was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrideb. A rather passionate note, in fact. Mr. Garrideb found the note discovering... Mrs. Garrideb found the note discovering her husband's little secret. Shum! Yeah! Hey, who knows? Maybe if I get far enough in subs and watch hours on YouTube, I can also become a partner on YouTube. But that shit's gonna take forever. You need like 1,000 hours? Like 1,000 followers or some shit? I don't know. Like, you need a lot on the YouTube side. It's insane. She gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say! When a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. She gonna throw the tea in his face? A likely story. These waters run very deep. Even YouTube and Twitch hate creators. Yeah, but to become an affiliate on Twitch is a lot easier. All you need is 50 followers and a certain amount of hours streaming and 3 consecutive viewers. That's a lot easier than YouTube. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? I'm not saying that it's way easy on Twitch. I'm saying it's easier.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? Bookcase, my armchair. Anything of mine, really. Just so happens that was some bath water around that evening. So I slushed that to put it out. Pause? What do you mean, Flo? Pause in what way? A most precious situation, a precarious situation you put yourself in. Now, is this a 3-story townhouse and the west side of the street where the water's main isn't connected yet? What? Have to draw water from public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. Defendant Mr. Natsume, you mean? There you go. Yes, he received this stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He obviously was very well off. Have you actually seen the state of this man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That most certainly is not true of Susato Takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out, I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, towel, a sponge, a napkin.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? I do recall dodging a knife. Mr. Garadeb. Don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did your wife remark just now bringing something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. Woman's aim. Ah! Good grief, woman! We're not at home now. This is a court of law. The woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every bally. Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Aimbot. She's cheating, Your Honor. Death. Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. I'll take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened, hmm? Your pipe, sir. I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of my hand with one of her soft projectiles, she did. The echo is crazy? What, when I did the death part? Or am I echoing? What's up? Don't just say that. Elaborate. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. Oh, you're on both. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would cause an echo. You can mute the tab on one side. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken. I would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up now. Ah, you're one extravagant, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of that account. It could be important. It's always important. There. Defense believes that Mr. Kabad's remarks just now to be of great significance. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to integrate yourself with a young lady. Oh, shut up. You know what, I was feeling bad that you might have accidentally almost killed someone, but I'm starting to think it might be better for his health. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Yay, I got a pipe. Somebody give me a pipe? No? You can't you know, normally I would make the joke about you can't say that and then say that you can. But that word I think I am going to deny. Sorry. that one's a bit heavier than like if somebody says like cum or some shit. Sorry, Ref. Looks to be in a sorry state with the bandage from it, doesn't it? For some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me. Like it's trying to shout out a warning. Like, I may unblock it later on, but for now, I think it might be a good idea to wait on that situation. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Gabat's dressing gown. I suppose that must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Gardeb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it. Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. There it is! How the fuck did you not notice this? How the hell, while fixing it, did you not notice the broken tip of a knife inside of the pipe? Bro! Alright, found the evidence we needed. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe. Yeah, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a fragment of metal! It's horrible eyesight, clearly. It's like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Blade tip. Alright, that's all we needed. But I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Mrs. Sada-san, we have some new evidence to work with. I should examine it carefully. Already did. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garabet. Now, if you could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went
Hold
missing. Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle. Yeah, you know that sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets, too. Ooh. Think you need to check the knife again for it to work? I will. I wanted to do this last one. It's a passion we both share. I'd like to carve a little wooden trinket or two. And then there's my leather work. Sorry to say that we're always losing knives about the place. We have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snapped them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at meal times too, instead of a knife and fork. What the fuck? Now, Joan. Ah! Yeah, there we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? I know, Joan, we don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage. Why did she cut him off for that? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir! Well, look here, Mr. Arnold. Just the tip, small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it is missing. Could be wrong, but I've got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside of Garabot's pipe. Yeah, just maybe. Oh my! It's a perfect fit! Somehow I just knew it. Okay then. Broken off, which was found inside. Okay, so it didn't say it was updated, but it's been updated. Okay, good. That's all I needed.
Hold it!
If you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we produce proof. Even though there's no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent.
Objection!
You forgot my Nipponese friend. That it has yet to been established that the accursed is the accused. I don't know why I read accursed. Is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. Only there was some way to know who had handled that knife. I suppose wizardry like this is just a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. You... King, I hate you. I hate you so much. I'm never going to play any other games with you ever again because of this. Ever. Perhaps he was thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern on their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter in the British Justice, the Ministry of Justice. 1,000 more channel points, and I'll kill you if you do it again while I'm reading shit. You motherfucker. How long does this last? A full minute. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. Oh, whoa, fun things I can't. but for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of approving our assertion. Am I busy tomorrow? I actually have to go out and check on some stuff, so I won't be streaming tomorrow. In the morning. Or, yeah, I won't be streaming tomorrow. What's this? I think it's been about a minute. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of providing our assertion. That the knife was found in the victim's back was originally Mr. and Mrs. Gerald's house. If only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it? And that's the extent of their testimony, is it? What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. Oops. And the cross-examination is absolutely essential. That we establish how this knife came to be at this scene of the incident. Yes, I know. I'm sure both of them are feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury. And if we could find any tiny shred of evidence for that theory, and that would clinch this trial for us. That could explain everything. Yes, it would. So for Sosuke's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence. Alright, so the question is what do I press on? I think it's the last statement, because he literally says, prove it. That really was one of our... I think this is the statement, and I'm so confident of that, that I'm going to just straight up present it. I'm not even going to say
Objection!
What? But it says the thing in his pipe! Oh, haha, please, don't mind me. It'd be easier if you would lower your hand. I won't lower my hand until I prove my client's innocence, as long as it... You have knives around the place. Can't say that I'd noticed one or two... Okay, so... Well, now I am going to save, because now I'm not sure. I was so confident that that was the one. Do I present the pipe? It wants the fragment? That's so fucking stupid if that's true. I am going to pitch a fit if they wanted the fragment, when literally it says there was a piece was found inside of his pipe. It shouldn't matter which one we provide.
Objection!
Fuck you! Fuck you, Shu Takumi! Fuck you! Mr. Garabat, I would ask that you take a look at this, please. You can ask, but I can't see a bully thing. You can't? It used to be called Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. We're on 7 hours. I wanted to wrap up Case 4, just so I could try to get this finished before Wilds come out. We'll see. Used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course. Well, that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q. To be honest, hey, just like me. No, he does, dearie me. And it's rather wearying being asked about every other letter and every other word. Only have a few minutes. Yeah, we're close. I know we're almost done. You must be very dusty. Dusty. What is this? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, most certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Next case is 5 hours longer than this. We'll see if I can do it or not. My pipe, you say? But Jove! I wonder how it got there. And this precisely does this what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Council? Are you suggesting that it is somewhat is some relation to the matter of stabbing in Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with other pieces of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence does it pair with? This thing that should have proven the same fucking thing! Fuck you, Shutsukumi! This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at the unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave tips lodged in their victims' bones. Of this particular knife. No doubt the tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near spine of a victim. Nope! It was in the pipe! No, that's not the case. Huh? The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garibut's pipe. Oh, God, we shot him in the fucking... shot him in the heart. Lord Von Zieks. I don't believe it. A knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! Shot through the heart. All it would prove that the piece exists, not where it is. I disagree, but I'm not going to argue it. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Examining evidence? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. That one I'll give you. A miracle? And you're too late. Von Zieks is dead, man. So Von Zieks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. It's the crucial point that we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of the metal find its way inside of Garibut's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. I had this thing in my hands as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it'd been hit by something pretty solid. Ow, my top surgery scars. You hit him in the top surgery scars. How could you do that to poor Von Zieks? I was making a joke about Von Zieks' damage sprite. I also don't think that you can legally get it at your age. I'm not going to go into that one. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mr. Garibut flung his knife. Miss Garibut flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garibut, instead striking the pipe in his hand, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes. And that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garibut's pipe. I think I could legally get it in the US anytime soon anyway. Yeah. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! They are. And yet, there's no other credible explanation as to how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off of the pipe and flew out the open window. Ah. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garibut's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. What do I get for brekkie? Eggs and bacon. Maybe a pancake or two. What a beautiful hellscape we live in. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no! She's standing on a box!
Objection!
Yay! Box! What do you mean? This should be over, Van Seeks! Full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. Complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create a plausible vintage. Box for short witnesses. Yep. Allow me to toast to my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his arguments. Sorry. And after all, it's just a theory. A game theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, I don't accept it. With my leg. It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. Oh yeah, what's that? An insurmountable? What? Fonseca, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? Fuck, I thought we were almost done. Hey, MatPat's still around. Doesn't he do, like, streams occasionally still? Inconsistency is the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back and a book in her hand that fell out first. She probably was picking it up, bending over to pick up the book, and then right in her back. It's not that hard to figure out. One more present. Yes, in her. Ah! Oh no! That's right, you silly little man. Hey, it's gone. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let's consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife had struck her, had fallen from above, there's no possible way it would have planted itself in the victim's back. This really will be the final testimony. Yarg! Huh, that lamp's in a much different position than I expected. Order! Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of the head. Bang, 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 bang. Well, he's lost for words. Look! I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen? It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by this one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Mr. Sato! You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you are on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. She's here to help. The key to this is the courtroom. Is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. Seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance of your theory is fatally flawed. Or tacit, my bad.
Objection!
He objected while still in the fucking inconsistency. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell from the on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above had pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence for which you speak. Final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence is... the book!
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. That's the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes. To understand the significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. Photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know, it was the police constable who put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so. As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Ah, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. Just watch the first one. Watch the other ones later. Just watch the other one. Hey, Cool Potato, and also welcome in. I'm happy that I got a playlist set up for anybody who wants to actually watch them in proper order without having to click around all the place. The victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I can't imagine she'd have been doing much else. So the question is, why did the victim have that book in her hand? Just gotta stop because these are spoilers. Yep, nope, all good. I understand. Appreciate you dropping by. But by jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garabut household on the pavement below. As precisely the moment the victim was walking past. Yes, that's exactly the moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, the book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Miss Garadeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down. Oh, she's so cute. And picked the book up. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. No. Oh, heavens. And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was bent over picking up the book, shk! First, I feature me. Or yeah, I future you. Yeah. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight in the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green. Why she die like that when the Griffins would get hurt? Well, okay. Fortunately enough, she's not dead. She's just badly injured and currently comatose. Everybody say hi to Future Potato. Hi! And the Future Potato just jumps. As the defendant, Mrs. Sosuke Natsume. Oh, was. Well, I never. God, fuck! Jesus, no! Hey, hold on. It appeared to Mr. Natsume. You can't say die, Potato. You're hitting me! What is happening? What? Why are the Twitch chat that I'm looking at is just constantly spouting up little emotes, and I don't know why. Olive green, the Family Guy death pose on the street. Ah, not today. That the woman simply collapsed on the floor. And the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah! Ah! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. There was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. She's going to jail. Bro is what? I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear. It's alright. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! You didn't catch her? Oh, thank God. She's a little heavy for... Oh my God, what? You mean the robes got burnt too and he decided to just keep wearing... That motherfucker's been just walking around with his fucking underwear out. Jesus Christ. Lord Fonseeks, what news of Miss Garadeb? Cool emotes, how? They would have been from somebody else. Unless they're like Twitch emotes. You know, these are from somebody else. She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. She'll have to prepare themselves for consequences of their actions. There's some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word at the hospital where the victim was being treated. Her condition is improving steadily. The doctors believe she will regain consciousness soon. Yay! Oh, Ryunosuke's VA? Like his English VA does streaming? That's pretty fucking cool. That's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. He just ended the first game? Ooh. I don't think he would really know everything that happened in it because he would just been recording lines, and it's not like this game is fully voice acted. I would love that. My throat would love that, but it's not. So, Mr. Soski's Natsume. Yes! On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from a distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is to me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I I jumped to the wrong conclusions again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she'd been killed, too. I just realized that that's... Holy shit. I just realized that that's very... That's sad, Mr. Natsume. I don't know why. For some reason, you're gonna fucking get me for this. I thought that was Nikola Tesla for some reason. Just because the guy, at that size, it kind of looks like him. Well, fuck. Anyway, I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to the life here. What? I mean... it just does! I'm sorry! I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Like they're haunting me. Poor Sasuke-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police! Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. Oh, hey, look who's sitting up in the fucking juror seat now. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit may have been at work here, I think. The fog is coming. Woo him again. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking do it. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. Now, we were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Von Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask you one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. Everyone says guilty! Do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean whilst she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does it mean I finally will be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a crocker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home one day. Hit him with the hydrate! I'll take that. I'll go with the hydrate. It's almost 9, bro hasn't eaten. I am so fucking hungry. The last time I ate was like 11 o'clock this morning. It's almost been 12 hours. Yeah, very well, ladies and gentlemen. Of the jury, I hereby demand your final decision. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Hey!
Not guilty.
Yeah!
Not guilty.
Yeah!
Not guilty.
Yay! Huzzah! Very well, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, I hereby pronounce you. Not guilty as soon as the ads run on Twitch. Oh no. Yep, you got hit. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Love being on YouTube. Until I get ads on YouTube too. Oh yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears! Thank you, councils. The court is adjourned. If you kill this one, Von Seeks, I will never accept you no matter how hot you are. Laughs in premium. Oh, well, there you go. That's fair, too. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Yep. What, is Shadow here? Where is he? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last, I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah! Don't stop, please. Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. It would be so hard just to say that, then. Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink. Well, that happened. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, 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 not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure that's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But! Today, you locum lawyer gave me my gloom the boot. Yeah, you stood firm behind that barational bench before all of those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And I beheld the blinding fireworks belonging to the beams of the Blayley roof. I bellow. Behold the best barrister ever born. Fuck, man. Stop with the bees. That's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? There you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Rose late this morning. Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. As I'm here not a moment too soon, the disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? Trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? Ah, it's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Still haven't seen the randos. Yeah, I guess they weren't important. I'm sad. I laughs at ad blocker. You know what? I don't blame you. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. Me waking up at 1 p.m. I couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. No! You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah! Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly for how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was all that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Sosuke-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it would seem, you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper! Ah, Lord Von Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, of what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found guilty, you're still doomed! It'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I'll protect you. Yeah! Fuck! They perfectly executed Susato's takedown. Why? Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning would be nice next time, Miss Susato. Why you gotta attack me? What did I do? So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh? That's just how she gets his attention. I guess so. It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I have been honored with the tutelage of professors. I have learned so much about the wealth of literature here and this city that it's shaped. I have come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. No! You can't yeet me! I am virtual. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Sosuke-san. Could be an interesting read. The book that he actually wrote, because he's based on a real-life character and he's using the real name. And what about Mr. Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you be returning to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? What? No. We got shit to do. Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we've finally found our feet. Those books may never be written. There's a collection of voiced lines in the extras. Ah. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodging before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before the entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Nope! Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. I mean, that's fair. Great. And of course, I'd happily leave it behind the accursed evil spirits. Why, an evil spirit? Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. Well, think about it, if that's alright. If you play Barak's voice lines, I can't guarantee I won't go feral. Well, I don't plan on touching any of the extras until I'm done with the game. I don't want to accidentally spoil myself. Perhaps I can offer some more welcome alternative. You could consider taking lodging with me. Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure that isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady, this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodging in the great detective office. Is that it? I'm too overcome for words. What's the under he simps? What, Susato? I hope under. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. And it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Yay. That's not what I'm referring to. Then what were you referring to? I'm talking about the vest. What? You'll have to remind me what the vest is. I'm drawing a blank. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. And this is when she gets kidnapped. Locum. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I am truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you two. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Susato would kill her kidnapper. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Excuse me. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Sasuke-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home. 221B Baker Street. Beta. Oh. Shit. What do you mean there's more? I'm hungry, damn it! Hey, it's got a window. So this is to be our new office, yes. Baker Street family. Our office. I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. Always inspect that shovel. Remind me next time. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh my god! Oh, that's what you mean. Fuck. The vest. Okay, yeah, no, he's hot. Yeah, he's hot. Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. I'm hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. This is my salad gun. Splendid. It's cooking for 5. Yep. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Till I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. And a lack of food. Oh, that's her kitchen gun. Bang, bang, bang! But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Kingdom Hearts! Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies within London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, Sholmes made the toilet grenade. Nah! Welcome to London. He continued. Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words. Mr. Sholmes casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depths of the murk that lay behind it. Are we done? Oh, thank God. I'm so hungry. For the love of God, look up the Great Ace Attorney Kitchen Gun Animation. It's beautiful. After I finish the game. Just in case. Holy shit. Okay. That's almost 8 hours worth of stream finished. We are going to end here as I am hungry as all hell. So let me go ahead and get you guys. There's no spoilers. I still want to just be safe. That's all. Let me go ahead and get everybody on the Twitch side over to whoever is streaming at the moment. Who's doing stuff? Let's see. Who's live? Cahill! Cahill's live playing some Sonic Superstars. We're going to get you guys on over to him and so you can hang out. In the meantime, I will not be streaming tomorrow because I have some stuff to do that I have to do in the early morning and I won't have enough time to come back and stream. I will stream on Wednesday and I'm definitely streaming on Thursday because that's Pokemon Presents Day. So you can definitely expect to see a stream from me then. But yeah. Thank you for everybody who came out today. I hope y'all have yourself a good old time. Bye-bye!